on this computer. Well, good morning, everybody. This is our PPA Super One-Day class about making books and creating a lasting impression of your own artwork. And so the first thing, we don't know each other in any way. So let's get acquainted by talking about the different kinds of things that you do. I'll start off because that's instructor's prerogative, and I'm sure that you want to hear what I'm all about. Hi, Amber. Well, books are my total passion. And that's what I staged my commercial reputation on over the 48 years of my commercial studio work, whether it be of a personally commissioned item, photography, whether it's travel, whether it's a self-set project. People are the focus of what I do in general. Now, it's not just people with heads, but people in the random environment with found objects. And so I'm always looking for that landscape, that setting behind the individual. And I guess you can see that from my picture that I have on the screen. That's from my new book. And that is indeed the Taos Pueblo and one of the residents. I actually have two girlfriends who live in the Pueblo full-time, no electricity, no running water. And they're both artisans, and that's quite something. So you can imagine what my book is about. So we started way back a number of years ago, and I popped into the photojournalistic scene. I had, as I mentioned before you came on, Amber, I was an elect from the National Geographic back when there were no women. And I chose not to take this because I was just 21 and I was intimidated by the men. And I'm sorry to admit that. I shouldn't have been. I should have just knocked their socks off in their own game. But, you know, we didn't do that then. It wasn't, we weren't entitled, I don't know. And so I decided to go on my own and eventually won the various awards. And now I'm retired and I just do special projects and help people and make sure that the idea of art photography, and especially in the 3 dimensions, gets perpetuated for the future. And so I have a huge number of things behind me, and you can probably see that. Let's see, let's give you the real background, which is my messy studio. And I have lots of books sampled here on the table behind me, and the floor is totally covered. So I've got loads of examples, probably about 60 or 70 books. And I should have said that I do handmade books as well as printed books. Paul was mentioning that he was the instructor on a trip to Yellowstone sometimes back. And it so happens that I happen to have a Yellowstone book. And it looks like this. And it is 20 feet long. It opens in a little coffret. And it begins to fold out. And of course, I've got the back side. Here we go. And it keeps going. And it's all the images made, plus my commentary. And it's called Postcards from the Yellowstone.
I'm flying there next week.
Oh, nice. Are you?
Yeah, and then to Glacier.
It should be a very good time of year because there will be fewer clients, fewer visitors. Yep. The particular trip that my book represents is January, and it was fabulous, to say the least.
I love the winter there.
And when were you there, Paul?
February.
So you knew a little bit about it. Well, there was practically no one there when we were there. and it was glorious, to say the least.
Yeah.
With a special time there.
So yes, and so the first thing you have to do is, from wherever you're staying, you have to figure out the timing of the early morning eruptions of Old Faithful, because everybody else goes to breakfast, and
Right.
you want to be there, because if you walk to the left around on the boardwalk, the sun will be directly behind the water as it comes up, and it is extraordinary. I wonder if I can, oh gosh, let me see if I can quickly show you. Well, yes, the first page.
Beautiful.
And that's, yes, not to be missed, to say the least. And if you can go out on one of the night excursions, that's grand. And you probably will be able to have wonderful dark skies to take images of the Milky Way. So, all right, well, enough about me. You don't want to hear any more about me. Amber, girls first. Why don't you tell us about you and why you're here?
Well, I am a fine art portrait photographer based in Dallas, Texas, and I focus on families, children, and seniors, but I do lots of storytelling images. I just started with PPA a year ago and entered print comp last year for my first time and went diamond and had a GIA finalist. And so my next goal, hopefully I have success this year too, but my next goal is to work on my artist entries for next year. And so that leads me to why I'm interested in your program. My kind of life goal is to create a children's book of Bible story images. And so I want to learn more about this whole process with you. And then over time, as I develop my artist skills, I would be creating images for that, or even coffee table books and stuff like that. So.
Okay, that's reasonably aggressive. Has a lot of different things that, and honestly, that's what's happened to me, is that I can't find anything I don't want to do. And so agreed. Tom, why don't you lead off with what your goal is here?
Well, you see, I'm Tom Davis. My wife and I have a portrait studio here in Maryland, just outside DC area. I've just begun doing some teaching. I'm more of a geek than anything else in the business space. So I've been starting to teach some SEO and business automation stuff in PPA. I've got a sort of a dream too. I'm a person of divorce, and a pretty weird divorce of my, when I was smaller, of my parents. So I've been putting down ideas for a possible, a children of divorce type book of images that I've captured when I was in my head when I was smaller. And then, contrary to that, my wife, we're high school sweethearts, so we've been basically photographers since we were in high school together. She was yearbook and I was newspaper, and I come from 4 generations of photographers. My dad was a 25-year Navy photographer. So photography runs deep. My wife is the artist. She's very much like you, Sarah, where she can't find anything she doesn't like. She's currently doing a lot of painting and going into her craftsman and those kind of things, shooting for that. This was a nice class for me to take, and the notes that are coming from this are great because she wants to do a couple books as well. So we're looking forward to see what we get. And again, my full-time job is I'm a cyber guy. So I do cybersecurity and internet stuff as well as my full-time job.
Great. Well, I have to tell you, you said that you were with your high school sweetheart, as am I, except that I lost him for 35 years.
Really?
Met again by accident in the post office. I recognized the boy from the back. That's how smitten I was.
That's cool.
And so, yes, we haven't been married quite 20 years, but oh, yes, thankful. Quite wonderful to hear when that happens. So we moving along here after that personal note. Pat, we still can't see you, but tell us about you.
I'm Pat with the no picture there. That's how you recognize me. I do photography part-time, engineer by trade, and I dabbled in some high school senior and family and children photography, mainly outdoor portraits. Reason what interests me in this class was I've gotten a little more into like maybe some landscape, maybe some, like when I go on vacation, I'll take some photos. And I was looking for a way to actually, instead of just keeping them on my computer and not sharing them, I wanted to maybe make like a booklet or some kind of adventure out that way to record stuff I've done, or even record some of maybe the state parks I might visit, and just maybe ultimately be able to sell those. But right now it's more personable thing, just to try to get them off my computer and remind me where I was at.
Honestly, that is some of my best fun, is to make personal books that may or may not have any a commercial purpose in the end. And I have on the floor here a huge number of them. So yeah, you're going to get to see one or two when we, and I believe I have some of the perfect solutions for exactly what you're talking about. So Paul, last but not least.
Yeah, speaking of high school sweethearts, I think I'm an example of that too. I think my wife was 15 and I was 17 when we started dating, and
Woohoo!
I think we're like 37 years into this thing, so it works. I am a photographer, and also I work. Due to my travels through work, I get to travel throughout California, Arizona, and Texas, and which is really good. I'm a nature wildlife photographer. I'm also an instructor with McKay Photo Academy here in Sacramento, and I get to go on amazing trips. I was just in Africa in April, and I'm looking for, I actually have two things in mind. One, I'd like to, on these amazing trips, kind of do a personal coffee table book. Just had my first grandchild 10 weeks ago, so kind of create those memories for him. And the other thing is, there's also because I do wildlife and I live in a very unique area. We have I live in a private community that has about 19 miles of trails. We have deer, we have swans. I get these amazing swan photos. We have a mated pair of bald eagles. And I post on the community website, and there's a gentleman out here that's not a very good photographer, but wants to go in partnerships and do a book for the community. Obviously, I would be the wildlife side. So we're just kind of brainstorming. He is not a photographer, but he thinks he is. So, it's hard to critique those, I just don't know how this whole thing's going to unfold, but I'm really excited to learn everything that you're going to teach us. And those are my two ideas.
I see. Do you by chance know Lisa Hill? I believe she's from Georgia, and Bob Coates from Sedona. Both of them are into birds, big time. And you might want to look them up just for some ideas.
Yeah.
And they're both ASP members also. So that I know you would easily find them.
Okay.
So the hardest part is getting started here. So let's start with, what are the real questions? What's the first thing that pops into your mind that you don't know? Let's find a way into this discussion here. Jump in, anybody.
I'll start. My struggle is, you get 400 photos and you're going to put it into a book, and the layout what photos go where, and obviously there should be some kind of themes. You know, it's just you just right now I'm just like, oh my God, I got, you know, 4,000 images, and how am I gonna comprise this into, you know, because I mean, let's talk about Africa. You've got morning light, you've got harsh sunlight, you've got beautiful sunsets. You know, what is the flow of that book? That's kind of where I'm struggling.
That's actually a really advanced question. How do you organize your images when you bring them into the computer for archiving? What do you use to put them in some sort of order?
I just or do it in the order that I shoot in through Lightroom.
Okay.
There's really no flow. It's obviously, you know, you're shooting and it's all time stamped, and that's the order that I go in. I don't
Well,
do it in orders.
If I can advise, the first thing that you need to do is to organize the work that you have and begin to see what the best pictures are. Lightroom is a little difficult in that you can't organize them in the standard Lightroom. You have to make them into a collection before you can put them in some sort of order. And then, unfortunately, you can eliminate something from the collection, but it doesn't eliminate it from the total. And therefore, you've now got essentially two groups of the stuff. And I find that very difficult to deal with. So yes, I go for a collection, and then I make sure that I have deleted everything that is chaff from the total file also. Do you go in immediately into DNG?
My files?
Yeah.
Yes, they're DNGs, but I do collections like I do a calendar once a year, so I'll just stick something that might be worthy of a calendar. I'll stick it in, you know, and then for Africa, I have been taking the photos after I've edited them, and I just kind of put them in there for kind of like, so I don't have to go through all the days and the files.
I think it is essential to somehow make a separate archive or notation of the things that are the really important ones. So I am recommending right from the start to put things in a series, because what you're going to be doing, Amber kind of touched on this, it's storytelling. Okay, so you have to think, my opinion, like a novel. What happens in the novel? You set the scene, and then new ideas come in, and perhaps there's an idea that changes the attitude, changes your general outlook on whatever the story is. And then you begin to change how you have done it, and you come to a denouement of some sort or another. And you can't do this until you have an organization that tells you where pictures fit. And when let's use your example of the of this story of the trip to Africa. There have got to be some things that are a series of pictures, perhaps action, if you have animals, and you want all of them. Then there are perhaps some that really aren't any good at all. Then there are some that may be good for compositing if you need to put a different background, or you need to exclude something and you need to put two pictures together. I assume that everybody is relatively cognizant of layering and that sort of thing. It sounds like everybody's in a pretty good shape there. Okay, well, let's start out then. Let me grab, what do I want here? I want the most recent thing that I just did, and I'm tethered, so one moment. This is a great place to start because it talks to, in some extent, about everybody's questions here. This is my 2-volume set of our recent trip to Venice for the Biennale. That was so two book set, 2019. And there were so many pictures that one book would not do. And so to give you the idea, okay, here's book 1, and I'm calling it Adventures on the Water. And what happens? The first thing a book needs is a title page. Funniest thing. Most people forget that. And then the beginning is, in this case, it's your travel. Here's your arriving. You notice I'm heavy on making borders, and there is commentary. Outside of our apartment, and anyway, it goes on and on here. So there are approximately 500 images in 204 pages between the two books. These books are made by Shutterfly. I find that of the commercial group of book manufacturers, they seem to be the best. They are the most responsive as far as customer service that I've found. So again, my opinion. And the color fits really well. They use the Kodak machinery. And so it's not photographic, it's all inkjet. And of course, they're lay flat. That's the most expensive thing you can get. And honestly, it's well worth it. And they always have deals. And so I have found them to be responsive, best price, and the best quality. So that's kind of unusual to be able to give that sort of a recommendation. What I'm trying to say is you're grouping pictures that go together. Now, oh, and shoot, I just closed that up. I meant to show you one of the first pictures in this book is all about store windows. And do you see how I picked store windows that are all really colorful? And then the commentary is about going down an alley. You can just barely see behind. There's the big cathedral's top in the background. And here's a tourist who's looking at everything in sight. And so the story is told both in the commentary, the choice of pictures, and the and then the individual who's doing the rubbernecking on the same thing that I'm looking at too. So that's what I'm talking about in the organization. Now, am I answering the question that you asked about getting things organized?
Yeah.
You gotta have them in little bits and pieces. I have also found that the way to begin to decide what the story is in your book, you don't necessarily know right at the first. Now, Amber will know, particularly with your Bible studies. You will have a feeling of where the scene is set, and then all of a sudden there's a conflict or a difficulty, and you begin to hear how the characters are beginning to have a revelation and then become, we hope, better people. But see, for your story of the trip, this is not something that you know immediately what the story was. In general, you should be able, if you start organizing, you should be able to let the pictures tell you the direction they want to go. I highly recommend an old-fashioned analog method. And that is to grab, let's say the best, I don't know, 200, 300 pictures, print them. You do not have to print them as 4x6s or anything else. You don't have to print them good quality. It can be Costco cheap, or you can take your business printer and print a contact sheet of little bitty pictures, cut them apart, and start dealing with them like playing cards, because then it shows you where the story lies. It will show you. I guarantee it will show you. Lay it out on the carpet, take as much room as you can possibly take, and it will become quite clear. And what's better is it'll become clear where you have gaps. And then you say, oh my God, I've got 5 different kinds of animals, but there are no giraffes. All right, so you go looking for the ultimate giraffe picture in your library, and that's where you would put it in. And then you see, how do you group things? Do you group them by time? Do you group them by place? Maybe so. The example I just showed you of all the store windows with the colorful things in them, they were in all different places. They were not nearby. So I went back and pulled out what was there. Let's see, I wanted to also show you, I talked about putting pictures together. And again, I'm using the Venice group. And let me see where I want it to be here. Oh, gosh, I got the wrong book. Sorry for the delay. They're so new, I completely don't know what I'm doing. This is one of the best devices that you can do in any book that deals with landscape or place or travel, namely panorama. Everything I design is based on a spread, and bigger is better. That's where you get it. Now, if you'll notice, that's the classic view, right? And do you see all the pigeons? Well, pigeons do not necessarily fly where you want them to fly. And so I've got like 15 pigeon pictures in midair. And I put them all in there where I chose to have the pigeons. And it doesn't matter. Nobody knows, nobody cares. And what it is the meaning of the picture that counts. And so we don't care about the verisimilitude. We care about the emotion and the information that is conveyed, because that's what was in your mind's eye. And most times we can't get it because people don't necessarily do what we want them to do. And animals don't do that out in the wild. And children certainly don't always do what you want.
I do lots of composite work.
Lots of composite work. And I
Because
show
of
you
that.
another composite. And I did not have this picture just like this. I had 4 frames, and that's all a cell phone. And I had to combine them because in one picture, I didn't have the front of the gondola. In the second picture, I didn't have the proper background behind the cruise ship. And it just happened. Like I walked out of a doorway and here was what was going on. And so it turned out to be one of the iconic pictures of that grouping, and that I would never have known. And that's what I meant when I said, when you organize, have a designation, use a star or color or whatever it is when you're doing your notations in Lightroom or wherever. I honestly find Bridge is easier, but that's my opinion, and it's not a popular one. Put a designation on the ones you know are not quite there, but will make a good composite. So I can't help you with your 4,000 images. I can only tell you that you've probably got to get down to 400 to 500.
Yeah,
To be
and
right.
I think I can definitely get to there eventually.
Okay.
But and right now I'm kind of thinking, obviously it's kind of easy, the story, because you've got different animals too. So within that body, I could do, a page on giraffes, a page on baboons, a page on elephants.
Okay, in that case, I have another example to show you, and I'm picking on this recent book because I know what I have in it. And let's see here. Where the okay. So what do you know of Venice? Venice is gondoliers, right? Okay, I started the gondoliers section with the gondoliers not at work. And I found the medallion that they use on their outfits. And I cut that out and dropped that on. Okay, so then we have to have where the gondoliers are. That's the very famous Academia Bridge. And again, commentary and looking both ways on the Academia. And did you notice the background? Can you see it? It's just an enlarged version of one of the pictures.
Okay.
And then one of our artist group chose the gondolier, who is a very hunky dude. And so we featured him, but that wasn't enough. We went on because he had grand expressions and he sang for us, and he took us, well, he's looking left and right because there's so much traffic. And so I didn't stop with one picture, because so often a single image may be an iconic image. And that when we're talking about portraits, sometimes, Amber, that's part of what you're talking about, and certainly part of what Tom is talking about. But sometimes it's the series of pictures that tells the story. And so I would urge you not to be always looking for only the one. That's not always the case. And let's see what else we've got here that might be of use. Here's one. Another one of my personal books. This one I hope to make into a commercially available book. It's all about neon in Las Vegas, and it is a total amazing grouping of all kinds of pictures. And this one, it features the words to the Frank Sinatra song, Always the Panorama, some of the commercial signs. Okay, now you'll notice that all these books that I just started to show you, they have commentary. And that's one of the things that I want to promote in your thought of when you do this. This is how to be different and make not only personal memory much greater, but this also makes a more viable commercial book. If you plan to seek a wider audience. I'm going to show you now a mistake that I made. This is really a portfolio. It's about Days of the Dead in San Miguel de Allende. And I'm sure probably a number of you have been there. And while I had, you know, a really nice title page, in the end, there's no commentary. And so it's strictly a picture book. And what it does is it leaves the visitor to the book without the rest of the story. And I think every one of us is talking about more than just the image. Yes, the image has the 1,000 words behind it, and yet we want to know what was happening, what were the feelings, what was going on, what was the denouement, where did this whole thing happen, and why is it important? Tom, that's way important for yourself. That to have that as part of your series of work about children of divorce, because we don't know. And so the words can't overshadow the pictures can't overshadow the words. They have to work as a unit. So if you go that direction, to me, that's the big thing. I've only had those two Italy books now for a week. I've probably looked at them 6 or 7 times and read every word again. And suddenly, what was present then, I am now back in the present, looking and reading at what I wrote about it. And mind you, I only just got it done, and it's 2019. I mean, stuff's gotten in the way. I assume other things have gotten in the way for you all too. Pat, how does this sync with your ideas of travel and personal landscape work?
I think that is very helpful, because that's kind of what I was thinking. Maybe now I have to start thinking about maybe even writing stuff down to kind of put me in that place. And when other people read it, they'll say, "Oh, there's a picture. I was in Portland, Oregon, or something." I think now it just, of course, it'll take a while to develop them to complement each other, but hey, that's what takes time. So,
I will admit it takes a lot of time. Those 2 volumes, I don't even want to admit what that took. Plus, of course, the time to do the whole thing. And of course, we were there for more than 2 weeks. And so let me tell you, yeah, there were a lot of pictures.
I have questions for you real quick, Sarah. Like, what's the dimensions of the book from Italy? Is there like a
10 by 10.
8 by 10?
10 by
Okay.
10.
10 by 10. Okay.
And I wanted actually to show you one other thing. Carla and I value meeting people when we go somewhere. And I mean, that's something that we did in our studio also, when we were always looking for finding out about people and what meant a lot to them. So this is nothing new for us. We were talking about series. Okay. This is a gentleman we met, and it turns out he is an author. And let me see, where am I going? I'm going the wrong direction. There we go. And so I have the series of this gentleman in the place that he worked, where he was the barman of one of the famous old hotels of Venice, and had been there for more than 40 years, and showed off his book, which was anecdotes of celebrities and what drinks they liked. And you know, we spent the most delightful time. And so that's the personal relationship. And, you know, you might say, oh, well, who would care about this, that I talk to thus and such a person? They do, because it means it's that personal connection. Not that we haven't always wanted personal connection with other people, but after this year and a half, now almost 2 years coming up, it's even more so. And therefore, that's what I'm trying to kind of sell here, is that it's your experience. It is not the history. It might be a little bit of the history. I mean, I did write a couple of things in about the doges and the different kinds of marble in the church, but just incidentally, to remind myself of what the facts were. I want to show you one book that I consider to be a failure. And here it is. This is by a rather famous photographer, Beth Moon. I bought this book because I'm really interested in this kind of thing, and it had been highly touted. Well, here are the pictures. And sorry, I can't show more easily, but do you see how it's all the same? There's no variation of the technique. Now, not that that's bad, that might not be, but she says it's all about trees, and she speaks, there's some things from Africa that are absolutely extraordinary. Okay, so what does that evoke? Nothing but the question that we want to know is, okay, what is it? Where is it? Why did you think that this was so special? And we want to know the story. And there's nothing here. And so I'm glad that I bought a used copy rather than paying full price for it. So this is really a portfolio book. Now, not that that's bad, again, but it's what do you want? I am sorry to tell you that probably most photographic books sell not more than about 75 or 80 copies ever. That's pretty bad. None of us are known. So we have to figure out some way to excite the reader that not only they want to get your book from the library, but they want to buy another book and keep it, and maybe keep it on their coffee table. And that's the problem. So what are we going to do to grab and keep their interest? And that's kind of where the words and the interior layout that is different rather than just one picture per page. So, okay, so that's part of the lecture. Now let's see, I've got a wonderful landscape book here. This one is by a friend of mine. Now this is big, and it has what is called a puffy cover. There is texture to it, elite binding, very nice, and it's big. You see, it's about, I'm going to say 12 by 11, tipped on image. That's an actual printed image on the front, and the printing is embossed, or I should say debossed, with silver stamping. Very nice. Okay. So one of John's big things, other than the fact that, look at there, panorama, he does commentary on most of his imagery. And down at the bottom, This book, I think this is one of my favorite ones that he has done. He has the commentary as little paragraphs down at the bottom. So that's just the style, but it tells where he was. His big claim to fame is he's an extraordinary ecologist and a hiker he's Colorado native, but some of these pictures are from California and Montana. At any rate, he talks about getting to the places and the light at the time and what happened, what he did. He travels with llamas, and I am hoping that I can find one of the best images. Well, oh, I don't see it offhand. But at any rate, it's a whole book of this. This is an expensive piece of gear. It's expensive to print. I happen to deal sometimes with the printer that he uses in Hong Kong. They're very nice, very approachable. They have a US representative in Chicago. And so, we're headed kind of in that direction. Now, let's talk about more questions. So we've kind of covered getting your library of imagery together. And Pat, I don't want to leave you in without asking questions here. Does something come to mind just yet?
I was just thinking out loud, let's say you're in Venice and you're taking pictures. Let's say you met somebody and you take pictures of them, like he's an author and stuff, and you include their story and their images in your book. Or let's say you're in Vegas, you're taking pictures of various, neon lights. Do we have to get a model release from them, put in your book to publish it in general, or not? That I just thought out loud, like,
Good question.
do I have to carry a bunch of model releases with me if I'm taking a picture of somebody? Hey, I think I might put you in the book. I don't know. Please sign here.
Well, there is something to that. It's a yes and a no. And for instance, in the Las Vegas book, a great many of those signs have been restored and are in a museum. So my only commercial possibility is as a benefit to the museum. And I do intend to go that direction. They have a new director and I haven't been there recently. But yes, that's in the back of my mind, that then getting the official okay, because they own all of those, and it's a museum, so it is a private place to go in with a paid admission. So yes, that is part of it in that regard. Now, of the Venetian things, okay, how about the picture of the cruise liner and the gondola? I don't know. My husband wants me to contact the company that runs that series of ships and say, I've got something that you might like to have. And that's fine. At this juncture, for the Italian collection, I do not have an idea of some place to go. The gentleman, Mr. Walter, at the Cipriani Hotel, no need, because I asked him, I'm going to put you in my book. No problem. And we went one further. Immediately after leaving, who should arrive? But there she is. And the bride comes with husband in tow, 2 photographers and a videographer. And I just push him aside immediately and start talking to her and get her permission to make pictures of her. And I have her contact. And so, yes, I did ask, and she knows that I'm using it. And I'm also using her picture in another book. So there are some occasions that it is completely appropriate. If you are on the street, if you are in a location that is something public going on, that would be like this book, Holy Week and San Miguel. And let me see if I can find you something here that would be I generally take lots of pictures of children. And they're all participants in the festival.
Okay.
And so, no, that is not considered to be a needing a release. Now, you're going to ask me about the possibility of selling a picture to a stock agency, and I can tell you more about that. How about this?
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. That's
And you
public.
understand what I'm
Yeah.
doing here. I am just cropping and pushing it right to the edge. Many of the stock agencies have two different kinds of release that they require. Or I'm saying this wrong. There are two different kinds of usage that they permit. One is editorial only, and one is advertising or commercial. And so if you are in any doubt, specify editorial only.
Okay.
I'm hoping that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Now, sometimes if you are in a place where you're dealing with buildings, now and again, owners of buildings want to release. Go figure. Even though it's out there in the middle of the public. A country club locally here demands that nobody under any circumstances makes or prints a picture of the front of their clubhouse. Completely outrageous and ridiculous, but there it is.
Yeah.
And if in doubt, I have found that even the lawyers don't really know. So if you think that there is a gray area, then yeah, carry around a bunch of releases and make people sign them.
Yeah.
Or put it on your phone and make them sign on the phone.
That's even a better way.
Well, yeah, or if you have, if you use a tablet rather than a phone, but now the phones are so big, that you can easily do it. And everybody is now familiar. You know, they used to say, well, when you're traveling in the third world or wherever, don't show that you have this fancy iPhone. Everybody's got one at this juncture of one sort or another. And so everybody's familiar with how this is done. In a lot of parts of the world, there isn't any such thing as checks or money, that all they do is they're signing for whatever it is they're doing or getting. So yes, I have gone kind of around about the bush on your question, but I think that it depends.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you.
Certainly. Okay. Where are we? Where's the next thing we need to do? Oh, I know what I wanted to talk about. Amber, tell me, when you have your fine arts storytelling portraits, do you find that you have one definitive, or do you have several that are a little story in themselves? And is it the person is enacting a dream or a character?
Some of both. A lot of times whenever I'm consulting with a client, excuse me, hang on one second. Sorry, noisy toys.
Not to worry.
So when I do my sessions, I will consult with the client and together we'll kind of come up with an idea of what they're wanting to tell. And, oftentimes I've got family images I'm creating, and I will ask them to bring heirlooms or things that are really important to them. I love incorporating that into images. And then sometimes I'm creating stories with, my kiddos, and I will have a series of images. Like I have one that is actually sealed at IPC right now that is one of my littles in a cookie jar giving cookies to the dog. But I have a whole series of images that go along with that one where the little one is like moving a chair over to the table for her to climb up. And then she's opening up the jar of cookies, and then she's getting into the cookies, and one where she's just laying there with all the cookies around, and one where she's giving the dog cookies. So I'm doing both of what you're saying. So I've got one image that tells this awesome story, and I can do, it can tell the whole thing. And then I also have a series of images that can complete the story.
When we have a break, I will go and find another book that I had done for a baker that has kind of what you're talking about, that might give you an idea of
Sure.
something to do. That anyway, I think that I will find that for you. I didn't think of that one this morning. Okay, so you all should have maybe possibly opened the first article that is 20 questions that artists and photographers generally ask. If we go down there, what of those were of that resonated and evoked a question from you?
Which handout is that you're talking about right now?
The basic questions that most people ask about books, and then the corollary to that one is, what does it cost? What are the different things that you need? And I think we should probably go there very quickly. Because so far we've just talked about the fun things. Now there are the challenges as, okay, so what does it take? What do you have to begin to say, I've got a book? It may turn into a book here. And one of the things that people don't know about is quantity. How many pages? Kids' books are 32 pages. There's no doubt that that's just how it is done now. And I'm sure, Amber, you probably know that very well, is how you have a limitation. If one is a poet, a chapbook is considered 30 to 35 poems. So a very slim margin, a slim number of images. If you want to begin to have, let's say, short stories or a beginning monograph, you've almost got to have 65, 70 pages, images. And then the sky's the limit after that, depending on what your story is. So do you have, let's say, do you have 75 pictures? to make a serious book. It's amazing how both hard and easy it is to get to that number. And of course, that goes back to our how do you organize the pictures that you have. Pat, in your landscape and travel work, typically how many pictures do you have from a trip, say? Oh, I think we may have lost Pat. Are you there? Uh-oh. Something is not working on his end. Well, Paul, Tom, let me ask that of you. Paul's already said he has a stack of them.
Way too many.
Yeah, we did lose Pat for the moment. His isn't working properly, it seems. Tom, what about you? What in this extraordinary idea you have, which is obviously text and imagery?
Right.
How much material do you have?
Currently, I don't. I'm in the idea phase, so I've got about I think right now I have about 2 pages of notes for ideas. And again, it's one of those things that I'm capturing what I want to shoot now, because it becomes fleeting at times. You know, it's one of those things where for me, it happened when I was 6 years old, and there's a lot of things that are coming back to me now. And now that I have grandchildren, it brings back a lot more memories of things that happened. So I'm more in the idea.
Things spark.
Right.
And you say, oh, I had forgotten this. And
right.
Well, at that point, now that's when you have to start dropping whatever you're doing and writing. Because when it comes, excuse me, too much talking. When it comes to you and jumps into your mind like that, are you like me that it happens at night or right when you wake up in the morning and suddenly you thought about something? You've got to figure out a system whereby you can record that, or at least the details, more than just a few words immediately, or you're going to lose it. Generally, I'm finding that because it happens to me at night, I use the telephone to use the note page. Mm-hmm. And I'll start, oh, excuse me one moment. We need by recording it exactly when you rethought it.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And don't worry about the spelling or the capitalization or anything. Just get as many words down as you can. Damn. that's it doesn't help with the year-end pollen, and Paul's been sending smoke in our direction.
Yeah, he's been sending smoke your way.
Yeah, so I have to blame Paul for this.
Oh, okay. Damn California.
I'm just terribly susceptible, so pay no attention to me when I'm kind of going off the deep end here. Okay, and I'm wondering if I can even show you what I am meaning, but I'll bet you I can. Let's see here. Oh, and it does it even show? No, you can't see it. That was an entire poem I wrote at probably about 1:30 in the morning, and that doesn't disturb the husband who sleeps through anything. And I'd rather not get up and go get a pencil and a
Right.
paper, but you may find that that's the easier thing for you. And I, anecdotes is what your book is going to be all about. And to some extent, Amber's book, her first book that she has to do with her specialty portraits, not the biblical stories, but the anecdote of what was going on and why a certain costume was chosen or accessories that may have been heirlooms. That's what we want to know. And so you see, for her, if she were to collect a series of portraits, not necessarily series of individuals, but just like it would be an extraordinary portfolio, we still want to know what was going on. We don't want a book of trees where we have no clue, because it's all about that connection, the emotion that you're going to want to portray. And Tom, yours is that in spades,
Right.
if I can mention it. And see, Paul, yours is too, different, but it's the experience of going to these places and the completely different atmosphere. And I am assuming that these trip organizers have specific places to go that is back of beyond, that nobody gets there. Okay. So
Yeah.
we want to know what you did. And was it 10 degrees below zero when you arrived, and your boots froze to the ground, and you forgot your mucklucks, or whatever it was that happened, or that the mosquitoes were so intense out in Kenya that you could barely take a picture.
That's called the tsetse fly. There's a whole story
Tsetse
about the
flies,
tsetse
excuse me.
fly.
My brother-in-law did this in Alaska. He worked for the national parks doing videos from the air, and they had to deal with clouds of mosquitoes when
Oh.
they took off, and they had to devise some way to drop the lenses on the video cameras after they got through the clouds of mosquitoes. Otherwise, they couldn't photograph. So
That's bad.
okay, tsetse flies. Now we know. I'm corrected.
Yes, that's a whole story.
So those are the things that there's Pat back. Let me admit him again. Yeah, he's got some unfortunate difficulty. There we go. Hi, back again. Sorry that there's obviously some challenge for you, but there you are. So we were talking about how the immediate commentary is really important. And sometimes this requires putting notes down on the spot. Sometimes you just plain can't. And it needs to be done after the fact. To me, because I started fairly recently thinking about how the words needed to go with the images, I mean, within the last, like 15 years. Before that, I never thought about the words. And so a great deal of, for instance, travel or landscape photography that I would have done in the far past, I've got pictures, but I don't have the memory. And I can't bring it up because I wasn't thinking in that direction at the time. And somehow it didn't stay. And I am very upset that happened. And so now that now I'm thinking about it all the time, and that's where it works. Now you might say, sometimes you want only an identifier with an image, and that can be okay too, but it ends up asking that it generates more questions. So there are two parts to this. If you've been in a gallery, a lot of times the tag on the gallery will say either untitled, or it will list a date or a place. And it's completely unhelpful as to what was in the mind of the photographer. Once you click the shutter, the picture is as much about you as it is about the picture that appears on the film or in the file. And that reminds me, let me see here. I want to bring up some picture books that I don't think are, I don't think they moved up to the level that they could have been. And so I'm going to introduce the other side, what didn't work, in my opinion, and why it's not commercially available, commercially viable is the word I want to say. Plus the fact I'm not sure whether it's personally viable either. And here's one of them. And it's a nice enough look. This is a pretty fancy, as you see, it's got a linen material and a debossed title. That's very nice. It has one of these French fold cover jackets, very nice, expensive. And yet when you come in here, there isn't all that much. And the other thing is that it's lots of different stuff. Here, it's so, okay, so it doesn't tell us the story that we want to know. It's a conglomeration. Does that make sense? So it's a collection of pictures, but not a story. And again, the storytelling is what you're all about. I think PPA just duns that into everybody's head that you are a photographic storyteller. Do they not? I'm assuming you've probably heard this once or twice before.
Yeah, they do.
Okay, so I consider this to be pretty, but why would you buy it? What you do is you flip through. And yeah, oh, there's some nice images. It's not that there's something that isn't pretty. Oh, it's lovely. But here's Scotland, and then there's Spain, and oh my goodness. And then he gets, here's one that it says, hope rises with the dawn. So now we've gone spiritual on it. And okay, so what's the subject of the book? We don't know. No matter how interesting the pictures are. Many of these books are books that I have judged for the Independent Book Publishers of America or some other organization. So what they do is they send you, the judge, the actual books, and you have to say, okay, content-wise, format-wise, cover-wise, what's good and what isn't. Okay, so what is the précis on this book? Again, it's actually a hardback, and that's pretty nice. And it's interesting that the cover image goes all the way around, sort of. It's not quite, but it has that feeling. So what's wrong with this book? It gives you an awfully commercial feel, like you, I don't know, like it was a pickup gift book that you would take to somebody in a hospital. And I can't define exactly what the deal is, but it has that feeling. And in spite of the fact, oh, my judging sheets just fell out. This is an interesting format. It's all about New England. And you see, this is the section that's about Connecticut. Okay, so it has a little information, and then it has a picture with some kind of poetry on it. And each page is like this. one of the things that is very interesting is that the imagery is only so-so. Do you notice that they're okay pictures, but it's not, this is not what probably any of us would say was a keeper, if that makes sense. Without this way this formatting goes, we probably wouldn't really be looking at it. And so again, it's a flipping through. The pictures just don't, they don't have that spark, that life, because a landscape picture can have a spark without a person in it because of light or angle or weather or some other feature, just as much as a portrait can with the eyes and expression. So at any rate, those are ones that I don't think work well for me. What do you think, Paul, Pat, any comment on those two?
Yeah, I kind of see your point where sometimes the pictures aren't the quality that I think we could see maybe, and maybe not they don't really add much, well, they don't add as much as they could to the book, to the story in itself, I think.
Yeah, there wasn't a story at all. It was simply a collection. Now, that's not necessarily bad if that's what is wanted. For instance, let's say that you made an historic collection of family pictures from way back. It might be just that. And then chronology and identification would be one of the main things that you would use as far as text and memory of people. Then you might go into a little essay as to what was important to you about that picture. I recently had one gentleman participant who is making books for each grandchild that included pictures from birth through high school, that was their graduation present. And in the end, he did very well. At least I felt that it was very well about putting down not just the salient dates or places, but then how he interacted with that grandchild at the time and what the memories were of, oh, well, he really didn't start growing until he was 15. And then, you know, that kind of thing. So it depends on the intent. So now I'm going to ask you all a really serious question. We've gone quite some distance. Based on what we've said now and what you have thought in your own minds, who is your audience? This is the first question that everybody needs to ask. And this is why I say you've got to have the cart before the horse, because the cart is the audience. You may be the horse, namely your pictures and writing, if you care to do that. But who are you talking to? And so that's what I want to know. So give me your best shots.
You know, for the community wildlife, that's an easy one. You know, I have a lot of people around, you know, we have a website and the local community. So my audience in my community is that of the community. Now, Africa, I don't know. Obviously, my family and friends, but maybe some of the community people would want to expand to my travels, you know.
Okay, well, would you consider, Paul, let's say that you make this absolutely magnificent layout and you have commentary from Africa, and you've used, let's say, 400 pictures, and you want to get it out to the family and friends. Would you consider making a short run book?
Yes. Well, what's a
Uh-huh.
short run? What's a short run?
Well, it could be, I don't know, half a dozen, 20.
Yeah, that's the safe play. I mean, that's the thing, I don't know whether I'd sell 400 or 400, so how do you, obviously do a limited thing, but
Oh,
I don't
you
know.
have just
That
led on.
subject is just
This is
intimidating.
perfect. He just played right into my hands because yes, I have a line on a first class short run printer in the US, very inexpensive comparison to what you get. And it's not one of the commercial companies at all. It's not a Canon or a Shutterfly or any of those things. And this company does two purposes for me. They act for me as the test book. In other words, I'll send them the files and say, make me one. The charge is about $40.
Wow.
And based on that, I can do the fine tweaking of the imagery. I can do the proofing of the text. And I will tell you that text is just wicked. You will find an error after you have looked at it 15 different ways, and there's still an error. And by the way, that's why you write in a Word program and copy and paste it into your book, because you do not write in the book to start, because that's the first place that a million errors happen. Okay, so then this company, let's say that I want to have a short run. You ask for a bid, and let's say you're about 200 pages. You're probably going to, in a pretty nice sized book, not a small book, you're probably going to be talking about $15, $17 a book to print a short run. That's it. And
Wow.
so you can easily afford to give them as a gift, or to charge $20 or $30 if you want to make a little money, make back what you invested.
Mm-hmm.
Make a short run. And the best part is they will do very short numbers, and the price doesn't change until I think get up to about 100, or depending on the contract that you have.
I thought it would be way more expensive. In my mind, it was going to be, $50 to do a book.
Well, yes, those Shutterfly books that I showed you, those lay flat pages, that is way expensive. That's why you never want to order just on the regular thing. You always want to order when they have a 50% off sale.
Mm-hmm.
So get your stuff together, and they're on their app that is on their website is actually very friendly. I have found that many of these apps, particularly Blurb, or some of the ones from Photo Labs, are way complex, and you don't know what you're doing. But with Shutterfly, you can just get the actual template for a page and put that in your computer. And if you know Photoshop, all you do is you make your page, you flatten it, put it in sRGB at 300, and send it off. And they convert it into their CMYK. You don't do anything. So that's a good idea. Now, I want to show you something that was expensive. And let's see, where is it? Aha. Darn, these things weigh a ton. Art book. This artist, recently deceased, was a friend of mine. I did not do this book. A lady friend of mine in Taos was the designer, and it was commissioned, the story by a prominent gallery person was also commissioned. This book cost easily $250,000. By the time that it was printed, this was done before we had digital printing. And so everything was in separations in the old fashioned way. And so they paid Melody to do the layout. They paid for the printing. They paid for the gentleman to do the commentary throughout. They paid a professional photographer to make 4x5 shots of, I believe they're close to 360 images in here. So you know where the money went. Okay, so let's talk dollars. That's a big deal. And why you can do it. Knowing Photoshop is the big deal. If you can lay out a page in Photoshop with margins, all you do is you get the template from whatever company is going to print. And so you not only have to know your audience in advance, you have to know who is going to print what you want to do. And you have to have decided on basically the size and the proportion of your book. So let me see. Next sample. Aha, it's over here. Okay, so I'm going back to my own book. This is the soft bound version. You can see that. When I started and wanted to go into a long run. Now I ordered 1,500 copies, okay? 500 were case bound, 1,000 of the soft bound. I went to this short run company and I had one printed. And then we went through the whole thing, edited it again, and then I went to the offset printing. One thing I have noticed that people don't know is that there are two kinds of offset printing. There is wet offset, which is the traditional ink, big press that looks like a locomotive, if you've ever seen one. And the second kind is a toner offset. And that's the more contemporary thing. This short run press does toner printing. And you can tell that it is offset because it has a dot pattern. You take your magnifying glass and you look at the image, and if it has a dot pattern, it's some kind of offset. But the difference is if it is dry, it's made out of toner. This is not necessarily negative in any way. It's just different. And toner is what you use for the short run, just a few books. You've probably heard of the on-demand printing that Amazon does and other places. Almost all of it will be that kind of printing is toner because it's cheaper in the short run. But if you want a lot of copies, you need to go to the wet offset. And that's another thing you need to know in advance because the pictures are prepared quite differently for the two different methods. The easy part is indeed the short run because then you have much less to do. Interestingly enough, short run photographic printing is generally a little sharper, a little more contrasty than offset printing that is done with wet inks. That's not my opinion. That's just how it is. Many people who print photographic books strictly in wet offset, they will tell you that they have to sharpen their images many times. If it's a very graphic image, I've heard some opinions, they say sharpen at 300%. And so do you know how to go to, when you have your image open, duplicate the image, go to Smart Sharpen, and then put in the various settings that you want. And generally, I never use more than a 75 or a 100%, but I have heard this. If you have a subject that is very architectural or just graphic, you may want to go clear to 300%. So that's a thing you need to know. Also, for all of these companies, you must change your RGB into CMYK. And that sounds like it's a click. It isn't. Here's one of the major pitfalls. And before we go on to this, it's 11 o'clock. Let's go for another 20 minutes or so and then have a quick break for snacks. I can see that somebody needs a little pick-me-up, and so do I. Okay, I'm talking about how you prepare these pictures and your commentary if you're going to a commercial, not a retail book printer. Okay, so for your Canons, your Blurb, your Shutterfly, your Snapfish, all of that, you stay right in RGB. They do their conversion. If you're going to my now lady friend in Iowa, or no, I'm sorry, she's in Indiana. They insist that you convert what you have done to a specific CMYK color space. Okay. You realize that there are literally hundreds of CMYK color spaces, and that's why you need to know who your printer is in advance. And so then to convert, fortunately, in Photoshop, there is a way to see what the conversion did. So you open your original in RGB and you set its mode to be whatever your working color space is. I work in Pro Photo. What does everybody work in generally?
sRGB.
Okay.
I work in Adobe
Okay.
because my print lab uses
That's
Adobe.
what they,
So
exactly. I work in the biggest color space because I know I'm always going to have to collapse down. Most of the commercial book printers demand sRGB. So Paul, no worries there. The people that I'm, they're on your recommend sheet. The one that I'm talking about that does short run, their particular is called a gray call. At any rate, in Photoshop, you put up your original, your color space, then you duplicate it, and you tell the mode on that one to show you, to simulate the color space you're going to. And so you can compare them and you say, okay, well, there's a little problem with the conversion. What do I need to do? And you have the opportunity then of making a second set of images that is in that color space and tweaked to I'm very persnickety about color, and I'm sure you all are, is that this is, I mean, that's what we're all about, is color, right? Or in the case of my recent book, it was a nightmare because most of the images are sepia. And when you have different sources, different films, different file sizes and types, putting those all together, that took some doing. Okay, so you're not going to have that much of a problem in what you're doing. And that's how Photoshop helps you. Now, a lot of people will tell you that you have to learn InDesign to make a book. Yes, I can tell you that it could be useful, but you don't have to. Everything you need is actually available in Photoshop, including how to deal with type, which is very interesting. People don't think that it's there, but it is. And I don't know whether we want to even get into that, but maybe people can ask about where the settings are and how you grab that on an individual basis, and that's fine too. So what I'm saying is that more and more photographers and artists are dealing with Photoshop only because you know Photoshop and you don't necessarily know InDesign. And in the end, InDesign is strictly a placement utility. So if you want to tweak with your image and the way I'm just advocating, you have to go back to Photoshop and do it and then bring it in again, which is, to me, that's awkward. I don't want to do that. So I want to stick with what I know best and can fix it on the spot, because in your book layout in Photoshop, let's say that you discover all of a sudden that a picture isn't quite sharp enough, you can add a sharpened layer, whereas in the other utilities, that's much more difficult. So my opinion, I advocate for Photoshop. Maybe a quick snack break. Would that be good at the moment? Something for a drink back in maybe 10?
Hey, Sarah, how are you saving these photos once you do? Are you saving them JPEGs or the page layouts?
That's a very good question. Let's address that right off. Okay, so I have my template, and I have guidelines on the template, because all of these books will show you where the gutter is in the middle of the book, and then they will have a trim margin all the way around. And it will be slightly different for all the different books. It's generally a trim margin of about 1/8 of an inch, but it also, especially in the commercial books, it's not precise. So you need to say do 3/16 as your margin rather than 1/8 in order to make sure you don't have a problem. And then you decide how close to the edge you want your picture, or do you want it full bleed, da 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 da. All right, so you start, let's say you have 5 pictures that you're going to put on a page. So your base is you're going to have your template, then you have your guides, then you may have additional guides. For instance, I will use a box for text, and I will have an outline on a separate level that shows me where that box is, and then I can turn it back off. And so then each image is on its own level. And then, do you want an edge line? Do you want a drop shadow? Do you want a glow or some other effect on the image? In general, one of the things that makes the dimensionality of the books is drop shadows and strokes on the edge. So I use them almost all the time. And so all of those things are on different levels. I keep that entire thing as a Photoshop document, so as a PSD. And so it is memory intensive. So here you have your library in one file. Then you start your PSDs in the next file. And you don't do anything into those until you're ready to proof and then collapse them, because you will need to collapse them to a JPEG, sRGB, generally 300, though not always. And then most companies want a PSD, sorry, I'm getting my letters mixed up. They want a PDF to print. And so you must turn your whole series of images into a PDF. And the way you do that is you take your layered file or your JPEG, either one, into Illustrator. And it's the first window, and it's way simple, and it just makes them, and it makes them in order. And then you collect them in Acrobat, and there you are. So that's a little bit advanced. I don't know, did I lose anybody on that series?
Do you recommend? Oh, go ahead.
I just got to follow up with that. Are you doing that with like double page spreads, or are you doing just single page and assembling this?
It depends on the printer.
Okay, that's all.
For instance, the short run people I'm suggesting, they want per page. So you have to divide all your stuff in the center if you design as I do in Panorama. My printer, who made my Fragments of Spirit book, they're in Shenzhen, China, one of the big industrial centers in the South. They want panoramas. So there you are. You don't know. You have to ask, and you have to have a representative who tells you what you want to know technically. Most of these companies who are offshore, they have a US representative. So you pay in US dollars and you pay here. And then you get the shipment. So at least you have some recourse. You're not having to translate it into the yuan, and then you have no idea who you're talking to. So yes, you need to flatten it at that point. Now, interestingly enough, my printer will take a layered PDF. And I'm not sure why they do that. That was past the ability language-wise to understand that. It's just how they do it. So Amber, you had a question?
Yeah, do you find that it's better to go into Illustrator or over doing the PDF through Photoshop? Because you can go in and create your PDFs right there. Is there a difference?
Unfortunately, there's a difference. Now, I'm not sure exactly how to explain this because I don't understand the technical of it. Photoshop is neither vector nor bitmap exclusively. And so they are half and half. The problem for these printers is that they want vector files. And what you're saying, doing the utility in Photoshop does not in the end create a fully vector file. And that's why you need to go. I thought that I wasn't going to be able to make this book when I came across that exact problem you're talking about. I must have spent 2 weeks on the internet trying to figure this out. And then I found, I can't remember who it was. I found one place where they said, well, you want a vector, go into Illustrator because it's the first window that pops up and it's one click and you've got it. And the way you proof whether you have a vector, and see, it's the clarity of the type that you want to see. Because if you take the Photoshop document, just as you said, and you enlarge it on your screen, enlarge to 600 or 800%, and you will see that the type is not sharp. It has crinkled edges. And once you go into Illustrator and turn it into a vector, you can prove it for yourself, enlarge it again that many times, and it is crystal clear. And that's the secret. And I find that nobody seems to know this. And it's one of the major things that affects the quality of a book that is image and text. So for whatever it's worth, that was worth the price of admission.
Yeah, I would have never known.
Paul, you had a question also?
No, I didn't have a question. No, I'm good.
Oh, okay. I thought you had something that you wanted to say. Let's take a quick time, stand up and jig around and go get a drink, and back in a couple minutes.
Need a few. Okay. Ah.
Well, I think everybody's sort of back. And so let's start again. May I ask for housekeeping? It is 11:30 my time. when would people like to break for some luncheon? Should we go for like another hour? Would that be reasonable? What do you think?
I think
What-
that would,
I'm okay whenever.
Okay, what about kids, Amber? What do they need? Oh, I can't hear you. No, we can't hear you. Something has gone haywire.
Yep, there she's back. Yeah. She's- Yeah.
Well, if you can hear us, your sound is definitely muted. Now. Nope. Well, that's terrible. Well, if you have questions, you'll have to put them in the chat, or maybe you need to sign out again, or whatever. I'm sure you'll figure it out. I thought one of the nice things to do would be to show you some really lovely books just for a couple of moments before I want to go back and go step by step into what I consider to be basics and how to not make any missteps on the road. So I have a couple of books here that weigh an absolute ton. Have you seen this book? Sorry, the reflection is quite extraordinary. And can you see from that? Well, I'm trying to move it. So do you see that the picture is completely 2 times of day to night, as the topic, as the title says?
Yeah. I
As
see.
absolutely extraordinary. And there just happened to be, and I wonder if I can find it easily, there are some extraordinary Africa pictures. And is that one? Oh, if I looked in the table of contents, it would probably tell me. Well, and of course, immediately I cannot find it quickly. Oh, there it is. Page 11, it says Tanzania. And it would help if they had page numbers.
Maybe one thing to remember, right?
Well, on these giant books, it's hard to, and this doesn't tell anything about, well, I'll see if I can find it for later, but there's one that has animals in it, and it's still day to night. It's most extraordinary piece of work. It weighs so much, I am barely lifting this book. And so if you want to sell a wheelbarrow,
It might be
along
the
with
back
your-
cover, Sarah. If you
Oh, well,
yeah.
look at that.
Yeah, there you go.
Is that amazing?
Yeah, that is. Yeah,
He
Tanzania is where I was at, actually.
he says he takes literally thousands of images,
Yeah.
to create it in the end. An extraordinary thing. And so that kind of begs the question, you almost need a hook for what you're doing. Why is somebody going to want to see and reread what you have? See, you don't want people just to flip. You want them to get involved in your story, whatever it may be. Here's another one. I seem to be in these huge, big books. This is Gregory Crewston's extraordinary, strange setups. Everything is an actual setup image. He organizes the whole thing. There's a huge crew and lighting, just like for a movie. And oftentimes he has weird stuff in a picture. He even has some where he sets fire to an old house. And let me see if I can find something with, yeah, here's a very strange one. And they all have stories to them. Again, a huge book, but not quite as heavy as the last one. Let's see here. What do we have? What do we have? Oh, here's a favorite. This is by a Mexican photographer, a friend of mine, or I really can't claim he's a friend, a good acquaintance. He is a movie photographer. So everything he does is 16:9 in the styling, and the pictures are all panoramic, done like this. Now, I don't necessarily advise making images that look like this and a format, because this doesn't fit anybody's bookshelf.
No,
And it doesn't really fit the coffee table either. So he's considered a Mexican national treasure, and obviously is sponsored for this. The other thing that is quite interesting about this book, incidentally, and let me find it. There we go. Spanish and English text.
Oh, okay.
Side by side. And I don't know, do you have anything that would, any other language that might be appropriate for some of your things? Maybe not.
Yeah, the only thing I might like Africa, there's, some certain sayings, jumbo means hello, and just, you could.
Well, why not?
Yeah.
An entire page of this is what you say would be delightful. And then maybe pair that, if you had any experience with children who wanted to chatter, and that would be a perfect pairing. Let's see. This is an art portfolio, recently deceased New Mexico artist, and it is more of this is more of a portfolio than anything else, showing this gentleman's work. And why I find this useful is that he has some irreverent commentary. He's calling that lexicon for haranguing, and it's all about strange things that reviewers of art want to say, which is always unintelligible. Unusual sized books. That one is probably, I think that's 12 by 13. One thing about printers.
Oh, I just got a text from Amber. She says she's trying to get back in.
Oh, okay.
Do you see her on your end?
Yeah, I do. Trying to sign out and sign back in. Now, what can we do to help her? Well, she has.
You see her trying to get back in, I'm thinking.
Oh. I didn't admit her.
Yeah.
It's my fault. There she is.
There you
I'm
are.
sorry. I didn't look at it. I was too involved in my topic. So thanks for texting. we wouldn't have noticed.
Can you hear me now?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Wonderful.
Great.
Okay. So we're just talking about favorite books and stylings. And here's one that I like very much. Now, this is a very manageable size. This is, I'm going to say this is 9 by 12, maybe 9 by 11. And it's all watercolors, but the beauty of this book is that the artist wrote commentary about his imagery. The book itself was produced by his gallery in Arizona, but and it's an old book. It's not new at all. And it's so nice how he wrote what he was doing, and something about the actual physical artwork that he did at the time. And so again, I'm stressing it's your story, not just dry facts about other things. I made this mistake a long time ago, and the husband was, shall we say, not terribly polite about telling me that I was all wet. Here's one. Here's the only Las Vegas book that the museum offers. And it's not a very big book. And I'll tell you, it is dry in the commentary. And I, as an amateur, found huge amounts of errors and punctuation and spelling errors as well. And one thing here that is important in this book, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to hold it and look at it at the same time. There we go. Do you see the type places? Do you see how it's like a sea of black type? This does not work well for a hybrid image and text book. It's interesting fact, and I like the historic pictures and all, but it's just too much. It's not laid out so that it's easy for the reader to get the idea. Oftentimes, if you use text, a simple device about having an extra line between paragraphs, or starting paragraphs with a larger, physically larger letter, that's a great device that works well. Okay. Unless there are questions at this juncture, I want to kind of go back, and we've been all over the place, and I want to kind of get us back into a line of steps, what you do when you do it. I see heads nodding. That's good. Okay, so the right sequence, and that's in one of your handouts, is we talked about the target market. Who is it? Is it just a few copies? Is it 50 copies or 100 copies that you're, for instance, you have for your charitable organization? Paul, you talked about your community group.
Mm-hmm.
And there you might want to, that's how you would merchandise it, is that once you were part way and you could show some result, some actual pages, you ask for subscription. And at that point, you're going to know how much you want to defray the cost, and you decide whether it is a fundraiser for the community organization, or whether you simply want to defray your cost, or if you want something for your time, or those things.
Okay.
So that's the scope, the who the ideal readers are. And this is the problem that everybody can't get past. All of the novelists and either romance or mythology or thriller authors in our independent publishers group here in Colorado, they have no idea where they're going to start with. So you've got to have this in mind. Otherwise, you have no idea how to cost your project. And of course, in the end, if you can't afford to print and get it out there, so that's the deal with the audience. Okay, so that's your most important task. And if you think that selling it on Amazon works, it doesn't. You first of all have to get in with Amazon, which during the pandemic time has been difficult because they haven't taken single book artists. And now that's a little bit loosening. But naturally, they want you to print on demand. So they are reluctant to take an independent published book. There's just a million blockades that these people can put in your road. Okay. What you need to think about is not what you want to say, but what your reader wants to hear. And that's a hard concept. The point is that right now, readers want to know what's in it for them. There are a million books and a million things independent published, most of which are not of great value. And so people have limited time, and they want to know what problem you're going to solve that they have, how you're going to communicate with them, how you're going to make a difference in their life. And so thinking about from their aspect first, before you finding the niche that needs to be filled and then figuring out how you can fill it, is a better tack. That sounds very marketing. And I'm sure your car people would say that, wouldn't they, Paul? That you got to figure out what your customer wants and how you're going to sell them up to the top model, right?
Right.
Okay. Then it's so you're finding out what the desired readers, what they want to learn, what they want to experience, what they want to discover. And then you talk about your goals. Most of us, we say, I've just got all these great pictures and I want to make a book. Okay. Unfortunately, that goal doesn't quite make it. It's what impression, what is the imprint you want to leave? And Tom, I think you have the most extraordinary goal. And I realize this is a long road for you, and perhaps a difficult one to reveal things that may be unpleasant to you. And yet, your project, people want to know that. They want to empathize. They really, and that's not to say there aren't just a huge number of spiritual books that have to do with challenges and separations. There are, but yours will be unique. And I think that you're on the road that will be a book that can be sold and might be appropriate not to self-publish, but to find a company, a small publisher that deals in self-help and inspiration and life studies that would have a series of titles, and therefore you could build on the press that their titles already have. So that would be my suggestion there. Okay, then the next thing you need to do is you need to go and see what your competition is. I am amazed at how few people go to bookstores or just go online and see what is there in the topics that you are wanting to speak about. Even my good friend at the Denver Public Library, who is the director of the Western History Collection, which is huge, he says that he never buys direct, he always goes to Amazon and he looks up what everybody else says. And then, of course, the libraries have their own way of buying. They don't buy on Amazon, but they go there to see what's available. And that's the only way you're going to know how you can be different and how you can promote that difference and how you can properly price your book if you have the intent of going for the larger audience. Let's see what's next. Okay, we just went down the list talking about where your work fits in, and then like my friend Lisa Hill, who does a lot of birds and ecological things, she partners with Audubon in her neighborhood and with a preserve. And so she has a ready-made potential clientele and mailing list, and therefore able to kind of get the feeling as to what possibility of quantity she should print and how she can monetize in a way that doesn't break her bank. I mean, nobody has the money to spend a huge amount on this right up front. You got to see whether you can get your money back. I didn't say that anybody was going to get rich because none of us are bestseller thrillers. We're not. Nevertheless, for instance, in my case, my book is an evergreen. It will continue to sell little bits, couple here, couple there, probably for decades. And Tom, yours would too. Amber, possibly on yours as well. Paul's and Pat's will be a little more specific to the time because 15 years from now, probably people want contemporary pictures from Africa or wherever, but maybe not. Maybe it's going to be an historical thing. So, it depends. So then as you think of your circle of friends, your community, club, church, whoever it is that you may call upon for an initial support or purchase, people who want to buy, then you can think a little bit more about the actual demographics of who is that client. So that returns to the first thing, which is the most important, namely, who are the ideal readers? And that's what it all depends upon. Typical interests, psychological characteristics of this ideal reader, you'll begin to get an idea. I haven't even tried really to sell to my friends yet. I've been so busy. That's my fault. I should be proposing this book to each and every past customer that I've ever had. Now, Amber, you have that right to hand because I'll bet you have a mailing list of your people. Yes?
Mhm.
Yes. Okay.
Yep.
And so do you have a place on your website where you can say, I am embarking on this project?
It would take me no time to create.
Aha. See, okay. Now there's a major place. I just was lobbied by two people, most definitely my nephew, to change our website to a Squarespace website. And I managed to do it over one weekend. It was that easy. And the point is, and this is an aside for the SEO crowd, and you'll have to tell me if you agree with this, Tom. The kids all say that people, when they go to a website, they want the most contemporary look, and they don't want to have to click on anything to see what's in it. They want to be able to scroll, and then if a lead line or a picture intrigues them, then they'll click on it. But they don't have any interest in a drop-down menu that has 10 different articles in it. No, no, no. So this is correct.
Yes, well, I I have a really great website, but I have a marketing mentor, and we discussed this very thing a couple months ago, that we're all primed for this. And so when somebody is on your website, everything needs to be on that front page, because they want to scroll. They don't go up to the little dots and choose a menu anymore. It'd be a little different for somebody who's on a desktop, who's more accustomed to that. I still have all my pages, but I also have everything from those pages on that front page. So that's exactly true.
I changed over to Squarespace. We had a WordPress site, several of them previously, and I threw them all out and did the Squarespace because it automatically makes the cell phone format easily. Now, Tom, I want to hear in depth from you because this is one of your big things. Can you give us some pointers here?
Yeah, I mean, I agree definitely with the, we are moving more along the space of putting everything on the front page. Menu items are still there for people that are on desktop. But a lot of the photographers that I'm dealing with right now, we're putting everything, making it mobile responsive so that they can continue to scroll everything on that front page. I mean, like my headshot photographers that do commercial and those kind of things, everything's there. So that if they want to go to headshots, they're not worried about families. So they only go to the information that they want. So, and it's sort of like, building a funnel. I mean, you're just trying to get all the information on a single page so that they don't have to click around. We're not doing that much anymore. The only caveat that I would mention about going to like a Wix or Squarespace, it is easier, but there's somewhat of a little trade-off you have to do with SEO and the speed. Sometimes there is a speed difference, and then that translates into Google listings, just sometimes, but you just have to be careful of what you put on it. And that's where all the stuff where we as photographers like to put the largest images up there. But I think the biggest thing is we have to optimize them for web. And generally, if we can do the optimization for the web, then that can translate into speed.
Well, yes, I some time ago, I was a paid blogger for several technical photo sites. And so I knew to size and to do those things. And that's why it was easy for me. The Squarespace for me, and I stress for me, is great because it's the domain, the hosting, the site, the formatting for the phone, mailing list, and all of that is all in one. It's slightly more expensive, but not much. And yes, you give up that you don't have all these variety of different templates, but I also realized that now, and again, correct me if this is a different impression to what you have, I find that people don't want all that much information. They want practically just the bullet points. And then if they're interested, then they'll dig more deeply and contact you. Does that seem right?
Yeah, I think basically that's right. I mean, we just have to be, as photographers, I find that we're kind of a unique breed sometimes because we put a lot of images up. We want to serve the images because we're proud of those kind of images, but we also forget to do the simple stuff like, tagging our images and making the alt text and doing some keyword research. It's just the little tiny things because we're artists. And the copy and that kind of stuff is secondary most of the time. And what happens in those pre-built sites, the page builder sites like that, they help you with the SEO without having to take a lot of thinking as well. So
yeah, you just click on the window and then
Yep.
you put in your keywords and you put in your tagline and it's kind of like, okay. I mean, you have to remember to do it. And then if you want
Right.
your links, for instance, for me, what was important was links to where people could buy my book. And you don't just put it in, you put it in as this very neat little titled link, which is quite different than what we used to be able to do. And so to me, I thought I was just really special, having figured out
Right.
how to get this done with the kids' help.
Well, here's a tidbit that people don't know a lot about, but I'll give this out to everybody that's here right now. If you're looking for a place to put an article like a blog or something like that, go to Medium and sign up for a Medium account, and then put your article there and link back to your website, and that'll give you a huge backlink right away. So
Oh, tell us how to do that. Can you
So-
put it in the chat so we can pick it up?
yeah, I'll put the URL in the chat.
Yes, please do. That's a first class tidbit.
Yeah.
I like that a lot. Naturally, I'm looking myself how to do this, because being a new arts publisher and working on 3 more books right now, I got to get my ducks in a row here of how this is done. And
Yep.
I didn't need a new career, but I guess I've got it. And no sense in doing it halfway if you're going to do it. Especially
I
now
put-
that I'm a board member of these independent publishing associations, you got to act like you're a pro. And it does help. Oh,
Medium.
great. Okay.
Yeah, it
Medium.com.
basically gives you automatic authority linking back and forth to your website, just because they are doesn't cost you to print, or doesn't
Fabulous.
yep. So it helps with backlinking.
I like it. Okay, let's see. All right. So we talked about getting the reader in. And so what is the hook? Paul, you may have a fairly challenging hook. What is going to be different about what you make in your travel books?
You know, I'm still struggling with that question, but I would say what's unique about mine is we went to the Serengeti in the middle of a pandemic. There was nobody there. The guides hadn't worked in over a year. I mean, they were in tears when they were setting up our camp, because we were literally the first people back early April, actually late March, early April, to do this. And I think that's the uniqueness of the story that I have, that really, I mean, we had the Serengeti to ourselves. I think.
Yes, that's definitely the kernel of an idea.
Yeah.
Nobody else is going to have that.
Yeah.
And were the people who went on this trip with you, how many people were there? Interesting people that they have stories of how
Oh yeah, there was
they got
a lot of stories. There was a gentleman that actually lives kind of in Northern California as well, took his 6-year-old daughter. And that was an experience. Just I mean, taking your daughter out, and I mean, long
Wow.
days. Yeah, and she was amazing. I mean, she was in the Land Rover where we were swatting these tsetse flies, which are biting us so bad they're drawing blood. And this little girl is in a fly swatter, giggling the whole time. But of course, but I wasn't doing this trip with a book in mind. So obviously, I'm not capturing these tsetse flies and everybody swatting them. That's the hard part. Is there's experiences that maybe if I had to do it over again, like you said, I think you said earlier, when you travel, you've got it in mind. And mine was just taking really great photography, but not necessarily as much as the storytelling bits that now looking back, I should have included.
Well, yes, and I understand that. And of course, that is also the problem of being one of the leaders on a trip,
So yeah.
because you have other concerns, different things that you have to do,
Mhm.
and you're not looking for this. And
Right.
so I will say that some of the best fun that I have had is traveling with some of my artist friends who they're busy with their watercolors or their paintings or whatever. And I don't have to deal with any of that because I'm not a painter. And
Yeah.
so I just tag along. And so I'm seeing all this stuff that is passing them by because they're down in their paint boxes. So,
Right. And a lot of times, rather than shooting, I'm dealing with somebody's, you know, there's
well,
something going on
yes,
with their
and
camera and stuff, and you just miss
it's,
it.
it's
Those are
valuable
good.
too. You know, there's, as you said, there's stories there.
Yeah.
That, okay, so then as you think about the hook, the corollary to that is what you want the reader to take away from what you've done.
Yeah. Why read my story, right?
Why read my story? He puts the nail on the head. If you guys don't need to know anything else past what Paul just said, is why do they want to read it?
Yeah. And again, I think the main concept of the story is, you know, is what we did for the guides, the people on safari that were selling their furniture to pay for their kids' schooling. I mean, they pay for their schools over there, and you know, one guide, you know, he was literally selling his furniture to pay for his kids' school, and you know, because they hadn't worked. I mean, they don't have unemployment in Africa. You get nothing, and I mean, just how we changed, gave these people that were on the camps, and you know, just I mean, they were elated to see us, and I think
well,
just conveying that story.
to some extent, those of us who were completely independent photographers, we had that same thing. You don't work, you don't get
Yeah.
anything.
Mhm.
And that's naturally why a great many photographers, it is the second job. We all laugh about the portraitists or wedding photographers who work on the weekend and then they do something else, but it's almost a necessity in many cases because you can't build enough clientele and you can't scale what you do because you have one client in front of your camera at a time and nobody else wants that. That's the problem we all faced. And even that's the way with commercial photographers. I've got to do some architectural work for a long time customer that I can't refuse in the next week, but that's not scalable. And in many cases for commercial work, you're signing a non-disclosure agreement, so you couldn't use it for stock or anything else, no matter what. And so that's a very good point. And that's a good point to realize that when you travel in various places like this, it's wise to have some additional way to give recompense to the people who are the on-location guides. I think that's a very good point. It's a very sad thing, but completely true. And how wonderful that they're willing to do that for their children. You might want to look up, Paul, a gentleman named Teju Cole. That's Cole. He is, I believe, Nigerian. And I'm sorry, I am not positive of the pronunciation of his name. I believe it's Teju. And he has some books of photographs with commentary. Honestly, he's not a great photographer, in my opinion, but it speaks to some of the things you're just talking about that it could be quite important. And you might find that, let's say that you decided to go back to Africa on your own. this could be a very interesting kind of an approach to take, is what do the people need and what do they do now? I could see that. And you could intersperse it with experiences that you had on the guided trip, as in, why not? You have another thing that occurs to me that you could do, and that is to talk to typically what are the concerns that your participant has on these group safaris. I don't know, would that be too basic, too pedestrian, that wouldn't be interesting? Or how you helped people to achieve the image that there was in their mind? I just throwing out something. Okay. And so then we tying this all up is how you scale your book, how you promote your book. Lest you think that any publisher promotes for you, guess again. This is all very niche work. And so therefore, the main work of promotion devolves directly to you, the artist. And you've got to make personal appearances, you've got to be on the web, you've got to have your SEO in line. But lest you think that sales come from the website, they really don't necessarily, from what we're talking about here. They may, but in general, it's you getting out there, and it's not so much selling one book at a time as it is finding people who are influencers who will then disseminate the information about your book. And Tom, you're shaking your head. So you're agreeing with that?
Yeah, I think I think having your place on the web, hanging your shingle out is necessary. But I also think that sharing what you have with others, influencers in general. I mean, for, groups, and I mean, for instance, we did a self-publishing book with a local lighthouse that we did, the reconstruction of a lighthouse. Well, one of the reasons we did that was to document a lighthouse that had been destroyed in a fire many, many years before, and community-wise, they rebuilt it as a replica. Well, that kind of thing, it was mainly for the local community. However, what we also did was reached out to lighthouse enthusiasts, groups, and that kind of thing to sell the book. So again, the influencers happened to be lighthouse enthusiasts at that point in time, which also further promoted the book as historians, because it's a big, it's a big thing to bring back a lighthouse. So yeah, well, like goes right back to what you said. That's the influencer in that case that you really wanted, somebody that had a reason. Yeah,
exactly. So for myself, one of the biggest sellers of my book, well, there are two. One is the Millicent Rogers Museum in Taos, New Mexico, and they are the premier repository of both community and history. And they have a gift shop that is more like a trading post. And so they were my influencer there, and now I'm a board member because I did so much for them. And the other one is surprisingly a tourist store called Made in New Mexico. And they have everything from canned apricots and salsa to handmade moccasins. And there's my book. And they're selling it. And that's where the influencer part of it comes in, that it has to be someone who is involved in the total idea. Now, Paul, for you can also talk to the people who were on your trips. And there could be, particularly if you include something about the people who were there, you've got a possibility. And that might be the short run where, I mean, how many people typically are on a trip total? You said about 4 persons per instructor.
Well, yeah, and actually due to the flight issues, we actually combined. So we had 6, I think there were 5 instructors, and I think we had over 20 people.
Okay, so you
A big
have,
group with a bunch.
if-
I think we had 7 or 8 Land Rovers, and we just
you see, part of that, especially if you have a group photo or, you know, you're talking about the people, you have your basic sales there. And that also then would benefit your home company, because that's a sales tool for them to get more people in.
sure, absolutely.
Pat, I wanted to ask you a question.
Sure.
I got the feeling that you may be more interested in strictly the personal book type work. Is that true? Or am I putting
I
words
think
in your mouth?
that was my initial thought was, yeah, more personal work. Like I said, kind of document what I've done or, you know, what I will do, but I'm always open to commercial sales of something. So, I mean, I've got a few ideas just listening from what we've been gathering here of some other aspects kind of beyond the personal. But I think starting with personal, I think maybe I'm not saying it might be easier just to kind of go through the motions and learn how this process works. So I think that's where I'm coming from right now.
Tell us about the trip or event that you were on that most pops right into your mind that would fit in a book.
I made a trip out to Colorado, actually. I got my brother and sister live out in the Denver area, and we just did some various things. We went up to like Boulder Falls and took some pictures there and some family gatherings and just, you know, stuff around where they live that kind of it has a little meaning to them. So that's the kind of thing I would like to make a book of my adventures there and send one to each of my brother and sister and myself just to kind of document like Colorado visit 2021. That's kind of what I'm thinking for right off the bat. So
Uh-huh. Well, then you have a couple of possibilities. It's definitely a short run. There's
oh yeah,
no two ways about that. But then you have to decide whether you want to go the route of my acquaintances at the HFG company. They're the people I've been mentioning who do the very nice short run to the trade. Or whether you want to go to a retail company. Have you made any books previously of things that you've done?
yeah, I've utilized my lab, you know, my portrait lab that provides my prints, and I've utilized, I think it's called like a soft cover book or something, and just played with, you know, put some images together with that. I didn't do a lot of putting any copy to it, just more of, you know, pictures together and kind of passing those out to family and friends. So that's the extent of my exposure with making a book.
May we ask who your lab is?
Yeah, H&H.
Okay. Obviously I'm out. I only asked just because I was interested in knowing who was providing things. I haven't used a laboratory since the year 2000 because I was an early Epson mentor when they first began to put out machinery that was appropriate for a gallery or a small studio. And so I always print my own. Nevertheless, I know a lot of the companies now. The girl I was mentioning from Georgia, Lisa Hill, she is with Miller's and is very satisfied with the customer service that she gets there. I can't answer to the pricing. I would certainly urge you to check around and see what you can get, and where the formatting that the companies offer. They all offer something different, where that fits with your ideal of size, proportion, offering colors. I mentioned that I just reviewed the Canon book offerings, and they actually offer two kinds of lay flat books, but you don't want the first kind because it has a funky little plastic hinge in the center. And well, let's say that it doesn't really make a book capital letter. It looks almost like you had it spiral bound. I mean, that's kind of nasty saying that. I don't mean it quite that badly, but it's not right. And of course, it's pretty expensive. And again, please check pricing and offering. I've stuck with the Shutterfly people just because I've managed to make their system work really well for me, and figured out when you can get a deal that because otherwise this stuff at the consumer level is way expensive. That if I'd paid full price for those two Italian books that I just showed you, that would have been approaching $900 on full price.
Okay.
Forget that.
Yeah.
The Days of the Dead book, that was published by a company in Italy, and I don't even want to admit what that one cost. And in the end, they had to redo it because it wasn't very good quality, and so that was an unsatisfactory experience. And pretty quickly whether you can get along with the customer service that's being offered to you. I think that if I can urge you in just what you've described here, if I can urge you to put down a few words, and now no excuses here, because everybody says, oh, well, I just take pictures, I'm not an author. You are, because you're talking to your experience, and therefore there are no wrong answers, and whatever you want to say, that's uniquely you. And especially when you're talking about a limited edition like this that goes strictly to family, you have no copyright or a problem in any case with any of this, because it is not for commercial dissemination. So don't even think twice about that part of it. Okay, now we want to talk about something totally sexy: covers. Covers, what are they? We judge the book by the cover. We actually do. When you're in a bookstore, most of the time, the books are filed like this. That's all you see. Only a few places will have it possible that you will see this. And this you want on your website, and you want it for those influencers to see. But the whole thing, I mean, how uninteresting is the back of this book? I mean, this is your advertisement for the next sale. And this is a travesty of poor layout and design right there. You're laughing, Amber. Oh, Tom, we can't hear you.
I know my wife's here listening over my shoulder, and she was saying, what was wrong with that one? And I was saying, there's no photo. She sort of they wasted the advertising copy.
It's a total waste. And in the end, it just, I mean, what is the title? It's spectacular, right? Well, the cover the photograph is anything but spectacular, because they could have, I'm sure it's an old picture. Well, it has to be, because many of these are signs that don't exist in place anymore. They could have updated this, or they could have gone entirely old-fashioned and made it look like a burned edge picture or something else, which would have said history. But in this case, nothing fits. And look at, they have 1, 2, 3 different type styles, as in, duh, not really. And again, you can't read the spine hardly at all because it is colored type on black rather than larger white on black, which is what you could read. Okay, so I have some really bad covers for you to see. I've been waiting for this. These are all books that I had to judge for the IBPA this spring. And so now it's quiz time. So you're going to look at the books and you're going to tell me what's wrong with it.
I'm just gonna take a guess. The title is just kind of subtle. It's not big enough. The Goodbye Ice is maybe the main, and it's needs to be bigger. Again, I'm just guessing.
Okay. Well, again, you will
You said there's no
begin to
wrong
give
answers.
things
so
out. The kind of ivory color is sort of unappetizing, isn't it?
I would agree.
And this strange placement of the image, they could have made the image either a full bleed, and there was plenty of sky where the headline could have been in the sky. It's okay as far as the typeface, but do you notice how the type is really spread out and it looks weird? You've got to almost read it 2 times to see what does it say. And so it's not a very suitable typeface, and it's certainly not the proper spacing. Now, you'll say, oh, well, can you do that in Photoshop? Oh, yes, you certainly can. Because do you know when you do type, you know that it's in the menu on the left-hand side. And then up at the top menu, do you know where there's a little box that gives you all the adjustments of type? Everything you need is in that tiny box, amazingly. And it makes it possible for you to space or not, and to space this way, and to use metric type rather than optical. You do not want optical because it doesn't flow properly. And you can make different sizes. You can make half sizes of type, which is quite amazing. Anyway, that's what's weird there. What's weird on the back? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not a good weather reporter. I can't get it just right.
So much text.
It's a little heavy on the text. You want to use as much as you can. You want to use your space, but you want to make it easy. Now, things that are good is that it has the barcode with a people readable price, and it has the little logo here. Those are a necessity if you want to be in bookstores, libraries, etc. What's wrong with the gentleman's picture?
Can't see his eyes.
Yeah, you can't see him. And so it's kind of a useless picture.
Yeah.
And so naturally, this did not get my green light. I'll give you a hint. Part of the trouble is that this is really glossy, and the paper in this book is so heavy that you can't hardly turn the pages. But in actual fact, It's a pretty good cover because it says the title goes with it. The typeface is easy to read. You tell right away that it's going to be a hybrid text and imagery. And indeed it is. I mean, you see how hard, I can't even pull the thing apart to show you.
Whoa.
And what's wrong with the back?
No picture.
No picture, though you'd like a picture, but it's not absolutely essential. And I can't, it tells a little bit here. It's not enough. And what's on the front cover is a nest. On the back cover, it talks about all kinds of shelter, but not about nests.
Oh, okay.
And so it's like, okay, good grief, women, what were you thinking? And of course, that means that the editor didn't have their thinking cap on.
Well, so Sarah, when you're talking about, the pages are, really bound tight and can't open, and maybe they're thick. Do you have some guides for what would go? And I'm sure the size of the paper might also, the size of the book might dictate the need.
It does.
Paper thick.
You're correct. The paper that I have had the greatest experience with is called Gold East. And my friend John Fielder, whose book I showed you, that was the black and white landscape book, that's what he uses almost exclusively. That's so I took my cue from what he was doing because I like him very much, and he's kind enough to give pointers if I ask. There is a problem with paper. Paper is currently scarce. Paper is expensive, much more so than it was a year and a half ago. And each of these houses that prints will have its own paper types. Sometimes you can ask for designer papers. Be prepared to pay, and you may or may not be able to actually get it, or you may have to buy a huge quantity which you are not going to use, and therefore it's unreal. What you do is you ask your printer, okay, show me, send me the samples, and I want to feel the goods. That's what you do. And then you decide. Some papers will be a little whiter than others. Is that what you want? Or is your is what you're talking about a little historical, and so a slightly ivory tint might be more appropriate? Generally, these companies will have, at least 4, 5, 6 papers, and then they'll have different weights. And what you want in a picture book is you want the weight of paper that does not bleed through one side to the other. And that's really the main concern. And so, yes, it will be a little finer paper, a little heavier than most, but not like cardstock. That's silly. The other problem is that everybody has a different way of designating the weight and the quality of the paper. And so you have to deal with each individual company, and that's why you ask for the samples, because some of them will be in grams and some of them will be in pounds, and some of them won't have either of those designations. And there just isn't any continuity in the marketplace as to how it's done. Okay, next quiz.
The caution tape just is like, where's this coming from?
Yay, give that man a gold star. Interestingly enough, photojournalistically wise, the caution tape is good, but for the cover, let's see, how can I do this to show you how much better it is?
Yeah.
without it. Oh, and I can't get it right.
No, you
But
got it.
you
That's
get
good.
the idea.
You're
Does it
looking
now
into the
pop?
photograph instead of just like what
Yeah,
hitting you.
it's fabulous. Okay, now look at one more thing. Do you see the bottom of this picture? Do you see the
People.
single person walking? Okay, there's the cover. The cover is not all of this stuff with these light things. I mean, your eye goes to this stuff,
Yeah.
whereas this is the point down here because it's about public areas during the pandemic. So you want to see these items that look like, I don't know, kiosks or something that are closed up, and the single person walking in the deserted area. As in, good grief, what were they thinking? Okay, and so now the back of the book. It's not bad, not bad. I kind of like the reddish rust color. Picture is okay of the artist. It's not wonderful. It's not sharp. But the other things that we need are all there. This is kind of weird that you have this. Why would you have this kind of justification and then this justification? It doesn't, there's no continuity. So that's a little weird. It would have looked better if this were all similar to this and just blank space in between. And in actual fact, this person's work is pretty good. It's poetry. So you can see the poem. And then she has an image on the other page, and they're really good photojournalistic things that I really like the work, but because of the design of the cover, I couldn't give as good a score as I would have liked to. Okay, what's wrong with this?
The coloring gradient across the text. It's a little funny.
Is ridiculous. I mean, what on earth is it? And if you'll notice, it's not centered. And this is actually the same typeface, but it looks different. And then you have this that is completely illegible. And then what does the picture tell you? You get the idea that it was presented at the funeral. Not a good
Gloomy
idea.
sky, clouds over there.
Yeah, it's
The border's distracting too. The little.
oh yeah, but doesn't it look like something you see on the gravestone?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And interestingly enough, the two old guys had great poetry, and I just hate this cover. It's not a great picture anyway, and anything that has the sunset on the front cover is either a spiritual book that you buy at the hospital that you give your friend who is only maybe going to survive, or it's an obituary. And not to say that we don't love sunsets, we do, but it doesn't make it there. And this, oh darn. So again, I couldn't give the best score. These are great pictures of the old codgers who did it. I love them. And it's nice about it tells about them, which is also fun. And so that part I love. One thing that's interesting is you see it's a hardbound book, and it's small. So it's almost like a devotional or a missal. So I suppose there was some truth to what they did. The interior is the strangest darn thing. Look at this silly border on the bottom with the page number
Way too
in the
big.
center. I mean, what were they thinking?
Yeah, why do you need that?
It's silly, and I just not the right thing at all. And there were, interestingly enough, there were a few pictures. This one happens to be an obituary, so it's appropriate. And look at the typeface. Legibility is king here. If you want to use a decorative typeface, think about only the titles or some decorative portion, and then select something that is eminently legible. And what time is it? Oh gosh, it's already 1:45 to me. Why don't we, I will save some of the negatives for a little bit later after lunch, when we're all comatose, right? And you can just enjoy what I'm saying. Let's take some time off and just have a break. So maybe come back. How long do y'all need? A half hour, 45? What do you think?
Hour's fine for me.
Half hour's fine. All right. So coming back in about 30 minutes, and please think of questions you may have at this point, or places you want to go with the technical. And remember, if we don't cover something, ask. And of course, feel free to ask after the entire workshop is over. Okay, so we'll see you back in a little bit.
All right. Princess. Let's see. What'd you get?
Yes.
All right. So let's continue with some baddies. And you're getting the idea of my crazy way of presenting things to show you what not to do, in hopes that something will occur to you that will be absolutely so superb that you will knock out the competition. Here's one that I find absolutely hilariously bad. I said, what on earth is it? Well, it's all about very strange little garden gnomes, or various spirits that run rampant and make mischief. All right, the color is just ugly. Pink and gray. I mean, what were they thinking? And the back is even funnier. And we have a picture of the author. In actual fact, her content is exactly like she looks. So I can't really cast aspersions there. She did okay. It has the rest of the things, but it's kind of hard to read. And I truly dislike the cover. And we have no clue what this is about, do we?
No.
Because it's not really a monster. And yet, who knows? Okay.
Oh no.
And you don't even need to really see to read this. I mean, unfortunately, this was some of the best poetry in the entire judging. And this is just such a, I mean, my gosh, the guy's, I guess, from Wyoming, and it sure looks like it. And not to cast aspersions, it maybe it is true to form, and that's why it's, but the picture is, we don't know who this woman is. We have no idea. Obviously, the poet is a man, and again, this sort of ivory color is really not terribly wonderful. The back is really hard to read. And if you'll notice,
Text
Doesn't
wraps around.
fit. Doesn't fit the cover.
well, yeah, see, I don't know if I can show it exactly, but the cover is incorrect. It was printed badly. That alone is cause to yell at your printer because it doesn't fit. And I'm not sure why this needed to be a hardcover book. It is. And this is actually something on here, but I can't tell what it is. It looks like a fish jumping. So I don't know, but a waste of a terrific amount of money on that one. Okay, so now by now you should know what's wrong with the back.
Nothing there.
There's nothing there. And one of the great things is how the Enso wraps around the front cover. That is delightful. And the type and that all is maybe a little small, but it's okay. And I was all set to really, really like this work. And then I started reading it, and it's all about the stuff that now there's, shall we say, we really don't want being taught in the public schools. And I thought, oh, good grief. Okay, well, anyway, here we come for one. What do you think about this? This is a trick question because it's pretty good. The only fault I really see is that the name down here at the bottom is not fully in the yellow, and that could have been so easily fixed in Photoshop. Unfortunately, the author is a snob, and you don't tell this woman anything. It goes around it wraps the cover, which is quite nice. What's wrong with her picture?
So dark.
Yep. Again, totally fixable in Photoshop, but this comes from a university press, and they are noted for snobbishness and actually missing some details. However, in the end, the cover, which is all Native American folklore, it came pretty high in my estimation, in spite of those two things, because it was the best of what I had to judge at the time. What does this look like to you? What was your first impression of what this would be?
Looks like an amoeba.
An amoeba? Well, yeah, actually it does. Something undersea. Thank you. That's a new one on me. It's actually devotional poems. And it has a pretty good cover. The author's picture is on the inside rather than on the back, and so that's acceptable. It has one of those fancy French fold covers, which is very nice if you can do it. And because it is a devotional and a missalette kind of thing, it is, you put it in the pocket or purse. One thing that's very interesting here is that there were chapter heads. And that is a very interesting way to create a break in what you're doing. Not everybody needs that. And I don't know, sometimes travel books do, and sometimes they just want to go for the story. I don't know that there's anybody here who needs chapter heads at the moment. What does this look like? First impression.
Messy.
Oh yeah, thank you. Way messy. And it looks kind of like 60s hippies. And indeed it is on the content. So perhaps that isn't bad, but this is way messy on the back. And in actual fact, even though we kind of laugh at it, it fits the audience that is interested in this book. I mean, look at this stuff. It is the strangest conglomeration of type and imagery. And the brown is so, I mean, the brown is just plain ugly. And I don't know, it for something that is supposed to be transforming the power of perfect love, brown that looks like it was nothing but dirt hardly makes it. But, you know, none of us would have done that, right?
Yeah.
Last example. Problem here is primarily time, type. Oh, get the word out, type. They going up and down. I know what they were going for, to have the same thing as what the word means, but it's difficult to read. And the drop shadow on the letters, I'm afraid that the white alone didn't stand out very well, and that's why the designer did this. But you can't read the author's name at all. Otherwise, the bird's not bad. This doesn't work because, do you see how it, particularly the picture of the individual falls off the page, and it's just badly spaced, because otherwise it's fine. I don't particularly care for the glossiness of it. This is again a devotional. And oh, this is a much of a muchness. There is so much work like this on the market right now. I don't know how, even with the beautiful bird, how this would excite someone to buy the book. All right, what do we have now? Another trick question. It's my own work. So I was hiding my name down there at the bottom. This is the first book that I ever had published. And actually, I did not do this. It was with Amphoto, which is a part of Random House. And they did everything. And honestly, I loved what they did, because look at how they took that type, that sea of instructional material, and broke it up so that it's easy to find what you want to listen, what you want to read about. And they did beautiful chapter heads, absolutely gorgeous. And let's find a page with lots of pictures on it. It maybe looks, I don't know, a little old fashioned perhaps now. This was a while ago. This is 2005. But it was quite nice. And the back doesn't have anything to do with me, but it tells the story of what's going on. So yes, I think they did a grand job. This actually is a book of mine too, and I'm sorry that with the reflections, you cannot hardly see it. This is called the Rubicon Theater of Dreams, and it has a doorway. This is a commercial book for, of all things, a private husband and wife who collect Star Wars memorabilia, and they have an entire lower floor in their house that has all of those things in it. And that is a life-size Darth Vader. Absolutely extraordinary work. And I think this is a very interesting way that a book can be used as a story for an individual customer. The inside cover that has the little French fold to it, and then something about them. So enough about covers. I want to, well, first of all, do we have any questions that occurred over the lunchtime? Nope, nope, nope. Okay, great. Then I want to talk about BizAcs. A BizAc is what helps you define who your market is. And this is a book industry study group, BISG. And it's found, I believe did I send you all the material of how to find BizAcs? It's bisg.org. And it helps you choose for book industry standards and communications, how your book gets placed. Now, this is for Amazon, but for any bookseller. And there are hundreds of classifications and subclassifications. It is recommended that for a book, you use 5, maybe 7 at the very most. And this is how you help the influencer, the bookstore, the individual that is going to be the one that helps sell your book. That's how you get them to know where to place your content. And so this is a marketing thing. Categorizing, layers of specificity, not just the basic subject matter. And so when you go to the BizAc site, I'm going to say there are maybe 50 main categories, and then underneath each one of those, easily about 10 categories. The difficulty ones that have many more categories are going to be travel or world categories, because then they'll have all different countries and places. Now, nature is also a content heavy with lots of different categories. I haven't heard any more about the birds. That was you, Paul, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That said you were into birds.
Yeah, that's a lot of my photography.
And are you finding, do you go to sanctuaries, or how do you find your quarry?
Yeah, well, due to travel, like just this last couple months, I went to Ontario Airport and shot burrowing owls, where the planes are literally landing right over the birds. This last week, I was in South Padre Island. There's a bird sanctuary, and then where I live, I hike along the trails and find them, and then in the winter, I'll go. Northern California has a lot of wetlands, so it's everywhere. I just, a lot of it's my travel.
What do you use? What equipment do you use when you're going for birds?
I shoot Sony A1 with a 600 f4.
That's a big lens.
Yeah.
Us girls, I doubt that we would be real comfortable handling them.
It only weighs 7 pounds. It's a really light one.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, my heaviest lens is a 70 to 200 f4. And I find that I can handhold that very comfortably in most lighting conditions. But past that, no, and no, I'm not.
Well,
I'm not part of that one.
Truth be told, a lot of times I'll take a tripod with a gimbal, or like this week I didn't use a tripod at all. But there it's a bird sanctuary, so there's a walking path with a fence. So a lot of times I'll just rest my camera on a board and kneel down, and it actually creates kind of a blind so that the birds don't really see me, and they're used to it. It's amazing if you go to where like within a mile of my community, there's a osprey nest on this lady that has 2,000 private acres on a ranch. And those birds you can't even get near. I literally have to carry a blind with me with her, and we go at before it even gets sunny, or before the sun's up, just to try to get a glimpse. And those babies are so shy. And then you go to where there's people, and they don't, like the owls, they don't really care about you. You're 25 feet away from them, and they're just like whatever. It's really interesting.
Understood. Well, so here's another thought. Since you were in February month in Yellowstone, how close did you get to the bison?
Actually, one of my best pictures, there was on the Madison River, and there was a big bull coming around. He's covered in snow, and I just waited and waited. So I was really close. I mean, close to a bison. They're so huge. I was probably 100 feet. But I went there in August one year, and there was a bull that was pretty close, and he was kind of coming to me, and he started rolling around, and his tail was good and sideways, and I'm like, God, he's coming towards me, and I'm like trying to back up and thinking I'm the reason he's getting agitated. And then I looked over my shoulder, and there was a whole herd coming at me with a bull, and they were kind of in territory, and I found myself in the middle of these two bulls that were just like showing aggressive behavior to each other. It was quite interesting.
Usually,
but I was still probably 70 feet away. I was, because I like, my thought is I park and I let nature come to me. I'll never go to an animal and get real close. When an animal gets very comfortable with you, they'll start getting closer. And if you never, this is a tip, if you're going sideways walking at it, the animal can see both your feet, and that triggers like there's something coming at me. But if you walk to the side and you kind of cattywampus towards them and stop, and then when they're starting to feed or dropping their head or just looking away, that's when you move. And then when they stop and they look at you, you don't move, and you can get pretty close.
That's really interesting. We found in January in Yellowstone, there were a number of bison that came around Old Faithful, and they were pretty, well, at that time of year, all they're interested in doing is feed. So they're all nuzzling the snow and trying to get something to eat. So they're really not paying any attention to you, and they're not interested in the opposite sex either. No. So you can, and the ones that came up into the tourist area or on that that long northern road that goes east toward Wyoming, there's good opportunities there too. And at that time of year, no, I don't say it's wise, but you can get pretty close.
Yeah, you just have to watch the snowmobilers. They'll spook them. And then it's a whole different game.
Then it's a whole different game, and that is absolutely true.
They run fast.
So, Amber, this begs the question, since we're talking about wild animals, when you're photographing children, what are you using what's your favorite lens?
I just rushed over to grab mine. It's my new baby. It's a 200 f2.
Nice.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So I use this. I love shooting in nature. I do have a studio, so I do indoors too. Obviously, I'm not using this 200 in a tighter space, but when I'm outdoors, I like to imitate kind of the same workflow and the same look that I have in studio, where the background tends to be blurred out. I'm doing a low f-stop, and if you guys get a chance to look at my work, you'll see what I'm talking about. But this lens, there's nothing like it. It's just the creamiest, most butteriest, beautiful kind of Photoshop in a glass. So That's my
That's
favorite.
a lovely idea. Thank you for the invitation. And may I suggest toward the end, um, we should all add websites up and other
Definitely.
contacts so that if you care to get in touch again.
Yes.
What you just said evoked a thought that I wanted to show you of how I am using telephoto, and I've got to find the right imagery here, and I'm hoping that this will come up quickly. Oh,
As a side note, I also create like digital backgrounds and content for other photographers, and I do a lot of landscape work on the side. So I'm, using a wide angle, and I have a whole array of different lenses I use. So
that is very usable. I'm liking what you're saying. The way I tend to use the long lens is this. I am approximately 10 feet away from these children. This particular Easter procession, it went right past our apartment. And so I am sitting on the curb with my 200 fully extended, my elbows on my knees, and picking out the little kids' expressions. And as you see, I'm hoping that you can tell some of them are dog tired and hot, and they've barely begun. So I'm working in a little different manner with those long lenses. I'm not pulling out things in the distance, but that's just me. That's just my style of doing things. Next thing, I want to talk about editing, and what editing do you find that you want or you need in creating your work? Do you ask for clients to pick things or make suggestions? Do you ask other people, especially if you does anyone else go to competition besides Amber? Do you guys do that?
I do.
What do you do when you need to get advice as to what's going to play to a judge?
So as I said earlier, I'm a member of Photo Enthusiast Network. We have 1,000 members. So they have a website. They also have monthly competitions where you put your, everybody puts a thing on, they pick the top 5. And if you win, you get a big print from Bay Photo. And since I became an instructor, I don't do that anymore, but that was huge. I've also picked the brain of some people at PPA, Hendro Sorianto and Jeff Jawedzki. They're
he does birds, right?
Yeah.
A lot of birds.
Hendro.
Yeah.
Yes, he's amazing. Yeah,
He is.
So I'll send again, like Amber was saying, I got 4 seals on the district, so I'm just cruising into the IPC this year. But I send all my images and take everything that everybody says and then kind of pick and choose. I definitely do it by myself. I want to pick other photographers that see the other things.
Yes, absolutely.
And I've also done the pre-judging critiques, although I think I submitted 4 images and I think I ultimately only used 1 that I submitted to the judges, because the ones I submit for those pre-district critiques, they had some that you can send, those are the ones I'm not sure about, and some love it. And some, I have this bear image, and because I go up to Alaska every year and photograph bears, and I love this one, but God, they can pick apart every little detail. And it's like, okay, I'll just wait. So.
Well, yes, sometimes they pick apart details to the point where the picture doesn't have any soul left. And that bothers me.
Well-
Most of what I do, they wouldn't be interested in, not in 2 seconds.
It's kind of like you in competition, you pick the photo that they can pick apart the least. You know, if that makes sense. Because
Well, yeah.
That's what it is.
Like I say, I believe that I won at their game, not at my game, and that's a challenge. Though I will show you one thing that I did win at. This was totally cool. This is a handmade book,
Oh wow.
and it's a little accordion fold. It's 2-sided. And several of these pictures, which are false color, they are misprocessed transparencies. Several of these did win. And I like them. I'm glad that they won, that they're different. This one over here, the blue rose, that got a fairly decent score. But yeah, as you said, you play to the judges, plus the fact you realize that the titling of the pictures is, I'm going to say it can be as much as 1/3 of the score, maybe even more sometimes. And so you have to be awfully clever with words.
So this is I don't know if you guys can see it, but that's the bear, and it's got a better reflection, but the titles don't run. So
Okay.
but,
And did
yeah.
it do well?
No, I haven't entered that. That's the one I haven't entered because
Well, no judges here.
yeah.
You can
I've sold it. I've sold quite a few copies of it, so you know.
Well, I can see that would be, perhaps that's what you have on your front door when you're away for a week. and you say, beware.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay, so on imagery, all you can do is just, that's what I'm calling beta readers, okay? And so the term works just fine for both text and imagery. And so the first reader is the one who is looking at your work just as the first glimpse. Is there something here that is wonderful? The beta reader is a little bit farther on down the road and looks at the grouping, looks at the text if you have it. And yes, friends or family are typically beta readers, but they can also be totally useless. And in most cases, someone who knows you is useless. Now, this excludes my husband. And so now I have to tell you a story about the husband. When I first started on the Fragments of Spirit book, it started out as 40 images, and I anticipated, I mean, this is sometime in the past. I thought portfolio, traditional, pristine, one picture a page, blank on the other side, nothing else. Well, I began to realize that wasn't the right thing. And so I printed up Kinko's. I printed up a little book and had it spiral bound and presented that to the husband and said, what do you think? And he said, oh, well, this is all very well and good, but you write. You haven't written anything. And I naturally was totally aghast at his comment. And I said, okay, he's my toughest critic. He's the one, he knows everything. And so I started writing poetry, and I did pretty well at it, considering that I don't actually like poetry, and I'm a graduate of the Poetry Collective of Lighthouse. So go figure. But anyway, I wrote poetry. He liked that. And then I found some more pictures. And so 40 pictures suddenly became about 85. Okay, no problem. Now we've got some more. Then he looks at it again. Back to Kinko's. Make another one spiral book. He looks at it and he said, yeah, but you got to write more about it. How do people know what this is all about? Nobody knows what, from other parts of the country, you don't know Pueblos. You don't know Native Americans. Why would you? The clans are very scattered in the East, and sometimes they only have, a few dozen members still, because they've been so decimated over decades. Okay, so he says, you got to write. All right. So I dig back in my memory of history, and then I research, and I turned up with about 25,000 words. That was primarily history, environment, places, something concrete things about it. He looked at that and he about went ballistic, and he said, absolutely not. Interestingly enough, this was also echoed by a woman who was then Colorado's historian in chief. I don't know if you all have state historians or not, but we do here. And she looked at it and she said, well, this is stuff you can get out of any guidebook. That wasn't true, because there was much more than that to it. But of course, I was terribly annoyed at the comment. And then the husband said, this story is your story. People can find the history. There are plenty of ethnographic volumes that you can get, maybe not easily. Maybe this is only library collections at all. And he said, you got to write for yourself. And that's when I finally got on the right track. And so my book has 30,000 words of memoir, of photographic memoir. So philosophy of photography, and then memoir of the places and the times and the people. And it's interspersed throughout the book. Okay. And so this is the example of the beta reader, who is a person of interest in your family. And he really did the right thing. And now, of course, I'm on the path, and I know where there is. And every time I make a new book, he's the one that is right there reading. And so it's an unusual thing. On the other hand, I paid a beta reader to read for content and understanding, and the person did nothing. There was like 5 comments. And so the other side doesn't necessarily work either. Do you find in the traveling group, you may need fact checkers? Is this something that you can do for yourselves, as far as the place, the exact spelling, if it's part of an historic park or something like that, you have to have all of those things listed and spelled correctly? Yes, if you can do it yourself, you've obviously saved money rather than asking for an editor. And how does the editor know? You see, you'd have to find somebody who was competent, and that translates to dollars. And of course, that's the other problem with editing any photographic work. What can another person really tell you about your series of imagery? Not a lot in the end. I mean, you can tell if the picture is a color that doesn't work, or if there's a continuity of color problem, one image to the next, or if there's a focus problem or a cropping problem, or maybe the famous early Western movie that has a Starbucks coffee cup on the bar by accident. Okay, they can tell that. it's kind of like dealing with sports scores. There's only so much that you can actually point to definitively that somebody jumped this high, this far, this fast. That you can know, but how can you know the spirit of it? It's very difficult. And worse is that most editors cannot deal with both imagery and text, especially in these things that are so personal and so artistic. And Amber, I think that's a problem you will have if, as you go to a beta reader, particularly for your fantasy and dream portraits. The one thing they might be able to do is to help you with a sequence. And that's something that, again, you remember I said, print out little pictures and lay them out. And in actual fact, I believe fully that the pictures will tell you pretty much what you need to do and how. So get it out on the carpet and put the kids in the playpen and make sure that you number everything.
Yeah.
And then it's a movable feast. You go back and you say, no, maybe not. Maybe I need something else here. And so the other thing is, I want to stress that it is perfectly satisfactory to go through different iterations of what you did. And that's where the test books come in with getting it printed. Once you hold it in your hands and it's in the 3 dimensions, suddenly you see all the faults. And darn it, you just can't see it on the computer. Part of it, of course, is you can't see the pages in relationship to each other as the reader will turn the page. But past that, somehow it's like you're on a drone looking over this entire landscape of your book, and you can suddenly get the feeling where the action of the pictures and text perhaps goes up and down and moves like a novel that's being read of the story. And of course, that's what you need. I didn't say it was easy. I didn't say that it was the same for everybody. It's not. It's going to be completely different for each and every person. Let's see. Do we have something new? Oh, yes. Oh, we have a wonderful Sarah Francis example. Do you all know the artist Cristo, recently deceased this spring? That is him, clear up there in the background. And this is about his installation at Lake Iseo in Italy. We wangled a press pass credential from the Denver Post to cover his art installation. And honestly, I'm envious of Paul's ability to go out to these wonderful places and have support. And I will tell you that if you can get this kind of credential ever, for one reason or another, it is fabulous. We were up close and personal with this extraordinary man. And this is some time ago. This is 2016. And I am eager to show you this page. There's the press. And there's him. And I was sitting in the front row with that 200 millimeter to get all the different expressions on his face, and then to be able to ask questions about his installation. Is most extraordinary. And here we are out on the lake on his what was called the floating piers, and it is literally a walkway 15 foot wide that you could walk for more than 2 miles on this lake. So this is the story of that installation from start to finish and what we ran into, including the fact that the Italian government didn't see fit to keep the trains running at night when the installation was still open. And therefore you had to hitchhike back to wherever you were staying because there weren't any trains and there is no transportation whatever. And that was a bit much. But you understand kind of where I'm going with this. How would you get anybody to help you with it? And that's why iterations in your own mind and looking at maybe several different printed versions will save an awful lot, especially if you go to a wet offset printing where you're making 1,000 or so. You can't afford to do that and not have, well, you can't ruin them. That's just how it is. Now, I'm sure since we're speaking of that specific thing, I want to digress and talk about money for just a moment. So you saw the cover of my book. Let's put that up again here. Where is my virtual background? There it is. Okay. That's oh, there it is. The top one is the case bound, and then the soft bound behind it. I printed 500 copies of the case bound, the hardbound book, which is a linen fabric, and then 1,000 copies of the other. Okay, the content is the same. The only difference is the presentation, and it was a slightly thicker paper, but negligible. Now, mind you, I did everything. And so at that time, and remembering that paper costs more now, and transportation has gone off the charts because of the increase in gas. I mean, we're paying double gas. I am assuming that probably everybody else is too, of what it was even at the first of this year with the change of the administrations. And it's even more so if you're printing overseas, because then there's a problem with the docks. There aren't enough employees. And for a long time, there were so many restrictions, they weren't unloading ships. The ships were, my book was floating in the Pacific for 90 days before they actually got a dock time. Okay, so the nuts and bolts of it is even including the test prints from the printer and the transportation. I paid $15,100 and I believe it was like $83 for the whole thing. It sounds like a lot. It's not in actual fact, because the difference in pricing, you will be amazed. I actually asked a company here locally in Denver they have big presses, giant Heidelberg presses, and very, very capable about book printing. The price they came back with for the same darn thing, 53,000 and some change. And this tells you the difference. Plus the fact, the representative was only a salesperson, not a technical person that I can talk to. We're all technical people. We want to know about the color space. We want to know, like your question about the vectors. These people didn't know nothing. They knew nothing to help me on my route. And these folks in China, in Shenzhen, handheld everything that I needed. And in spite of the language difference, they listened to me. They were polite. They were cordial. They waited when it took me time. And I was absolutely bowled over with the kindness and the customer service. And You know, go figure. I found these people through another lady friend who publishes with them frequently, independently. She does children's books. And therefore, Amber, this might be a particularly good contact from you. My friend Sue Lyon both is the illustrator and the author of her books. And the illustrations were what drew me to her originally. And so um, I'm thinking of finding the Artful Dragon people would be a great fit for you. But at any rate, I'm not sure how I got off on this, but I wanted to introduce an addendum to the sheet that I sent to you. I sent you, oh, let me get rid of my background. Hold on. Choose background. There we go. That's the trouble. You can't show anything if you've got a picture up. Okay, now, there we go. Okay, you got this one, where is your worksheet of what stuff costs you, right? Okay, now here's your job as author photographer. So you're the illustrator, you're the artist, you're the designer now, is how many things on this list can you do in actual fact right now with the skill that you have that permit you to publish? And that's where you manage to save your money, because obviously I didn't have $53,000 to sit around just to print, but I didn't have any other expenses. And so you can understand how this escalates. Okay, now I'm just going to list some things to you as to what, if you did not do these things yourself, what you could expect to pay. You may need a publishing consultant. Now, see, here you can rely on me, because I can tell you all the people that have the best presses and that I have personally vetted. And then you can probably find some more yourself, because this is not uncommon. Publishing consultant is anywhere between $3,000 and $4,000 is what is the usual fee. Content developing, of course, you're going to do that yourself, and the editing of your pictures. That can be anywhere from $2,000 to $7,000, and you may need many kinds of editing. We're going to get to editing in a little bit. Proofing of your text, minimum is 2 cents a word. So let's say you have 10,000 words of text. Well, you know what it's going to cost? That is for a proofreader. That has nothing to do with the content or the understandability of what you may have written. That's just to see, did you spell it right? And did you put the punctuation in the right spots? Oh my. Layout and interior. Now, this is something you must do yourself as photographers. MUST. I drum you out of the regiment if you have somebody else do it, because they don't know. Only you can design your pictures in the best way that suits the intent that you have. But you can easily spend $400 to $1,500 for a very simple portfolio type of layout, much less something that's complex, that has text and has poetry and has multiple things. Okay. Cover design. Ha ha ha. A lot of people say, oh, you can get that as cheap as $250 to $500. Wrong answer. That's when you get what I just showed you as all the bad stuff. A really competent cover designer will charge $2,500. And this is not my opinion. These are standards of the industry. And I know because I'm part of it. Getting your ISBN number. Now, Pat, if you are disseminate only to family and friends, you don't need an ISBN. If you wish to be anywhere selling your book, you must have an ISBN. If you buy just one, I think they're $65 right now. but you can get 10 for a discount price if you have more books coming, or if you share with a buddy.
What, can you describe what that is? And do you have to have one per publication book? In other words, if I
Yepers, I
publish
can.
100 books, I have to get 100.
All right. The ISBN is represented by down here. Do you see the barcode?
Yep.
Okay. And I'm sorry, that does not show it very well, but above the barcode in the white area, it shows the numerical ISBN. And then to the smaller side where the small barcode is, that has the price of the book, but unless you know how to read it, it's not people readable. But above the barcode in white, that is the people readable price. And for booksellers, you need all of that. Getting the barcode is also a charge unless you go to one of the no-cost applications on the web that shows you how to make a barcode for free. And I have proved that works because I did not pay for one. If you buy it from the main easy source, that's the Bowker company, it's generally 25 bucks. Isbins also come from Bowker. That's Bowker. They are the only purveyor. So those are things you absolutely have to have if you're selling your book. And then there's one more thing. If you want to be in a library, you have to have a Library of Congress number as well. That's free, but you have to sign up on their website. And it's really a good thing to do because it is in depth. Tom, on that website, interestingly enough, they ask you a whole bunch of different things about the book, make you write a few words of sentence as to what the book is about, and giving your BSAC categories. And I found that once you fill this out correctly, it gets on the web. And so it's very valuable to have a Library of Congress number. You don't absolutely have to have it for sales, but if you have any interest in going to a library, you must have that. Okay, I'm digressing. Printing proofs, we already talked about that. That can be any different kind of thing. You can go to a quick print place. It's actually more expensive in general to go to a Kinko's or a Home Depot. I'm sorry, Office Depot. Getting my metaphors mixed here. To do that rather than going to the AHFG group to proof, as I was telling you about. It can be anywhere, might be $25, $75. It's easy to go with about a $40 charge for HFG. And then you have an actual book. It's not spiral bound or cobbled together. Inventory of books. Now, I'm thinking that nobody here is interested in print on demand type of services. That would be something that you would do maybe through Amazon or Ingram Spark, where you order just a certain number of books, or if a single person on Amazon orders just one book, they do print just one book on demand. That's a whole nother kettle of fish, and generally not suitable for art books because you want continuity and you want one book to look like the next. And the print on demand, there will be variation because they're just not done at the same time. Anyway, I'm thinking about that. If, let's say that you started with print on demand, a text, you might spend $250 to $500 for an initial short run, say, I don't know, maybe 75, 100 books. But your books are going to be bigger and more complicated, and therefore that charge is way low. Okay, so what do you do with the books after you've got them? Where do you put them? Books are way heavy. The darn things, they come in cartons that have to be specifically under $45, 45 pounds, or maybe it's 40, one or the other, to be loadable. And there's a whole specification about cartonage. And of my books, the softbound, they packaged them 12 to a carton, and they were 37 pounds for a carton. And the hardbound books were packaged 10 to a carton, and I think they topped out at 41 pounds. And so you have any idea how many boxes and how much poundage you have in, let's say that you ordered 1,000 copies, that you were fortunate enough, you knew that you had 300 to 400 of them sold right off, and you wanted to have a good inventory. Oh my God. And where are you going to put them? And if you're like me, the husband's garage is sacrosanct because he has his TV and his equipment, and by golly, no. And so you have to think about where you're going to put them. And then let's say you get an order from a friend, but your friend happens to be in Minnesota. How are you going to send that and package it? And basically what they're calling fulfillment. And so you have to, if you're going to have this broader audience, again, this is having the cart before the horse. You got to figure out how you're going to handle all of this. If your book isn't quite so big or quite so heavy, then maybe you have a little easier time of it. But nevertheless, that's still a lot of boxes that you got to put somewhere. And are you going to be Johnny on the spot to fold that order? Oh, and by the way, if you are a seller on Amazon, they give you a certain number of days and you have to have it out. So that's a be warned.
So question, how do you handle that? Do you pound it, go to the post office?
I have a secret weapon.
Oh, I bet you do.
My secret weapon has a name and 2 teenagers, and her name is Melissa. And Melissa has more than 30 years experience with some of the biggest publishers. Right now, she's working on a project with Simon & Schuster on a contract basis. She's been with Penguin and Perseus and Ingram Spark, and she was the Western Division head of Ingram, the whole thing of Ingram, until they closed their office a couple of years ago. Anyway, she's nearby. I met her by accident through through our independent publishing association. We liked each other in like 2 seconds, and I realized that she knew everything that I didn't know. And so she knew how to get around Amazon. She knew how to put up all of the information. And we consult, not every week, but back and forth. She hired the warehouse. It's near her home. She does the fulfillment, her staff, which has to do with teenagers, as you might guess, because this is a new business or new-ish business for her as well. And then she handles other artists, not just me, but not enough to have a business office of herself. So she has a climate-controlled warehouse, and it has to be on a floor where a truck can back up with a fork load and place the books. And so she does it. I pay for my share of the rental of the warehousing, and then she gets a small percentage. she gets 5% of the sale of the book. And the other thing is that you can expect that you will be paying 45 to 55% of your cover price to whoever is the end seller. Now, maybe that's a store, maybe it's a museum, maybe it's a consignment arrangement. New Mexico has gone crazy with COVID. They don't know what they're doing, and stores are so fearful that most of what I do is I just let them have consignment because I've paid the price. I don't need the money instantly, and they're happy to do it. And then they give me 55%, which is more than most people. And of course, to your friends, you can say full price and I'll deliver it for free and do an autograph. You got lots of ways to go, or you can discount it or not, or give it away, or anything you darn well choose.
Sarah, do you have these, excuse me, these books on your website as well? You said you were building a website and how people could pay. Do you have that funneled through the website as well? Or you only
Paul, I beg your pardon. I didn't understand your question. I'm not selling anything on the website.
Okay, okay.
No, I don't have a cart or anything of that nature. I see my job as really to give as much information to help you, the author artist, to find the road that works for you in your circumstance. You're highly employed, and so you need to think about how you would get warehousing and fulfillment. You don't want to do this, because you couldn't guarantee that you would even be in a place to receive an order. Plus the fact, my good friend Melissa, she does all the spreadsheet and accounting, everything. And so for her very minuscule percentage, I don't have to do any of that.
So maybe I missed it, but so if somebody wanted to buy your book, do you direct that buyer to Melissa to then facilitate it and pay for it? Or I guess, can you maybe walk me through, because you've got businesses that you use, which I get, okay, you give them 5 books and then when they sell it, they give you a payment. But how does it work with the procurement person? Fulfillment.
Okay. Now this is a question that's going to take a bunch of answers. So jump in here if you don't understand what I'm saying, because I had to learn all of this and it wasn't easy. And honestly, again, in this day and age, things are all across the board. So you gotta talk to the person that you want to have offer your book. Okay. So case study. My book's main sales area is going to be in the Four Corners area and Taos, Santa Fe, northern New Mexico in particular. My first sale was to the Millicent Rogers Museum. They purchased outright at 50%. And so they just made a purchase order. It went straight to Melissa, and then she gets her 5% of my 50%, mind you. It's not off of the top, it's off of whatever the sale price is. And so they paid upfront for everything. And they bought only the hard copy books. So they started out with, I'm sorry, it's been some time, I don't remember exactly whether they bought 10 or 15 or just what. Okay, so they paid in advance. The Taos Art Guild at Fashion House, they had been closed for literally 2 years and had zero budget. They are an artists association, and they have a wonderful gift shop. And the ladies that I had talked to in advance of COVID said, oh yes, we want this and this and this. And by the time that we had the book, they said, we can't buy anything because we have zero budget and we still have all this stock from before of all kinds of things, not just books, though they have a lot of books. And I said, okay, girls, I'll stake you to one free counter copy to entice people, and I will give you 5 copies right now, and you will pay me within 45 days after you sell them. And that was our gentleman's agreement. And we actually did put it in writing in the end. But that's a very loose kind of arrangement. Then I do have another secret weapon, and that is a girlfriend that lives in the Taos area. And she has a large 2-car garage, and she has books in hand. And so she, because she's interested in, and she's an artist herself and knows a lot of artists, she goes around to galleries or other places, and she has the book in hand and she sells for me. And then she has the books right there, which means that then someone can purchase without paying shipping. And remember, shipping is a big deal right now. As far as costs, everything has gone up outrageous in shipping. She fulfills it. And then if it is a pay on delivery, which it was for the Made in New Mexico store, they just send a check. And then again, remember that New Mexico is weird. A lot of these stores and arts places, they have no idea about paying a distributor, and they pay only the artist. So then I get that. And if they're an active museum, like the Cal Sharp or the Harwood or whatever, then they go directly to Melissa. When I went downtown to the Denver Art Museum and they wanted books for they have an absolutely to die for gift shop. Much better than most of the museums in New York City, my opinion. Okay, then they have a purchase order that they send that goes to Melissa. Because I'm near the art museum, I fulfill the order. They get a bonus by not having to pay shipping, and everybody's happy. And then they pay by check upon receipt. Okay, then there's the Denver Public Library. They wanted 2 books, 2 hard copy books, one for their Western history collection, which is the envy of all the Western states. And then they wanted a circulating copy as well. Okay, I find out that the library has a deal where if they can pay directly to the source, that would be me, there's no discount taken whatever. And so I just got $65 twice directly to me. And Melissa knows this because, I told her, and she said, oh yeah, I knew that. Okay, well, there you are. And I'm not sure I'm answering all of this exactly. So I have stock in my own house, not a lot. I have, I think I've got 10 boxes. So now and again, somebody will ask me, can I have a book? And that's my agreement, my contract with the distributor and the warehouser, Melissa, that in those cases, I price it and I get the money myself and she gets nothing. Okay. And so it's a convoluted manner of doing this. And then of course, Roberta in Taos has her stock. And as yet, I pay her in designer chocolate and biscuits for her dog. So you understand that this is a real homegrown way of doing business.
Well, yeah, but you're also covering a lot of different markets, So.
Well, we are, and I'm hoping to get a person like my friend Roberta in Albuquerque and someone else in Phoenix to take care of that. And we have just tried to get into the wholesaler called Treasure Chest. Now, please understand, a distributor is not a wholesaler. A wholesaler has books from many different publishers, many different distributors, and they act as a one-stopper. And so they are the favorite of a great many libraries, museums, national parks. If you're interested in that, especially in the West, you need to be in Treasure Chest. They are out of Phoenix. They weren't taking any new books until about 2 months ago. And so then they have a particular procedure. You send them a hard copy for review. We sent them one of each, and the post office immediately destroyed both. So we had to send a second set. And we are waiting for the actual contract. Now, they demand a discount of 55%, because as a wholesaler, then they give a discount to any store or national park that they sell to. For instance, I got into this because, do you know the Xanterra National Park people? They run Yellowstone and Zion and Grand Canyon and a few others. Okay, well, they only buy from Treasure Chest, and they have wonderful places at Grand Canyon, and that's good for you, Paul.
Yeah.
At Grand Canyon, they have an historic building that is nothing but artisans' wares, artifacts, books, you name it. It is 2 floors of absolutely extraordinary stuff. I want to be there. And I called the lady here locally because Xanterra is in Denver. I called them and I said, hey, I'm here. Will you set aside a little corner of time? I'd like to show you this. They wouldn't do it. We buy only this way.
Sure.
But because I had a referral to this lady, she said, I will be glad to put this in to my contract at Treasure Chest, which means that she will tell them that she wants to buy it, and the Treasure Chest will look at us. So it is who you know. And Tom, your idea, it is not different for you. Who you know and who will be interested in these kinds of revelation experiences are way important, and you need to find those contacts. And there I can't help you because I'm simply not in that. But anything about wellness and retreats and personal growth, those are the places that you're going to need to look. I can, for instance, I can ask Melissa, because she is such a mine of information. The woman seems to know everybody. She may know someplace to begin to pitch your idea. Right. And see if you can get some traction. And that would be, I think that would be ideal if you could. Now, here's a question. Did I send, because I am not sure that I sent the list of my vetted contacts that has her and these other people on it? Did you get that?
I think there was a printed coach contacts.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that should be the one.
Yeah.
I don't see Melissa on here though.
Yeah, she's a top one.
Oh, she's
Thin Air Collective
okay.
is her company name.
And again, that HF group is where you would start for your single print.
Yes. And there, I would say you can even start a relationship by calling my acquaintance, Stephanie. I have never met her in person, but she has been technical advice of how they do things in spades. And she just would tell me anything I wanted to know. Call her up.
But, sorry to interrupt, Sarah.
Go ahead.
So, you know, Shutterfly has a template where you're going in. I've never done text in Photoshop, so that's kind of something where my mind's going, interesting. So if you're doing a small thing, do you do a template like on Shutterfly and then copy and send it to her, or does the HF group send you kind of a template
Yes,
to
you
work
ask
with?
them for their template.
Okay, they have.
Shutterfly or any of these other retail companies will have their templates available somewhere on their website,
Okay.
and it will show what they call image safe, as well as the trim margins. And so then you simply put that into Photoshop, put your measurements. That would be Command R, puts your rulers on the edge, right?
Mhm.
And then you would make any other, well, what I like to do is I like to put guides that are the very center of the page. I like to put inside the cut margin. I like to put like another 1/4 of an inch just to remind me where my picture may want to end if I don't want it to bleed off the page. And so, yeah, I'll make my own template from theirs, and then just use it and use it and use it for each and every layout. And of course, except for the first page and the last page, all of mine are panoramas. And fortunately, that's one thing that's great in Shutterfly, is that to lay out your work to get the book. And Pat, that's a big bonus for you too. They have a way that you can drop just that panorama in. And so it's really, really simple. It's once you poke around in their application on the web, it's like, okay, I can get this done, and it doesn't bend your mind on how to make it look good. And in addition, then they have a way that you can edit after the fact. If you don't like exactly like it looks, you can move it around a little bit. And then if you still don't like it, you just delete that one and do another one in Photoshop and put that one in instead. And so it is pretty seamless in the way that you can accomplish it. And just knowing that, well, now, excuse me, I'm telling you about the most expensive that Shutterfly has to offer. Their inexpensive books are not lay flat, and they are on thin paper, but they're very nice. There's nothing wrong with them. And so you don't have to get the most expensive. And certainly for a trial run, I would say go for the cheap one. The only thing that the inexpensive paper and binding does is that the paper bows in the center. And so you've got a gutter, and therefore a picture that goes across the page, you're losing a little bit in the center. And so you might not want to compose it in that manner.
Are there any rules for text, like over a picture or just to the side? Because a lot of the examples, they showed a smaller picture and then there was a text separate. But, again, if you're doing panorama, would you put text in the sky or something, or is that a no-no?
Yes, no. It's up to you. You're the artist. Do it as you darn well please. One thing that is really good, and this is a specific hint for Photoshop. Let's say you've got your template and you put, I don't know, 5 or 6 pictures in it, and you are going to put some text in. Wherever you put the text, then go to the view. Let me see, where is it in Photoshop? Is it in view? Oh, golly. And show your page actual size on your computer. Because then did you make the type too small or too big? Too big is as bad, because then it looks like you're dealing with octogenarians who can't see. Now, that of course would be myself, but I don't want everybody to know that. And it's unnecessary. In general, 12 point is perfectly fine. And then, of course, now we're getting into another question. We're digressing further. Text. What typeface do you use? Do you have hundreds available to you in Photoshop? You do. And of course, you can go on the web, and there are lots of places to download free fonts, and then you simply install them into Photoshop. And when you press the T for your text, this entire list comes down, and you can see what you got. In general, on books like you are speaking of, and I would say probably like Pat is speaking of, and me sometimes, different for Amber and Tom. Generally, a more simple text is better. Now, Tom, let me add, I'm going to make a statement here, and I want you to verify or not for me. As I understand it, surveys by people far above me say that when you have a book, generally speaking, a serif font is more readable. But the opposite is true on the web, and that a sans serif font there works better.
That's preferred.
What do you think?
That's what they say. That's preferred. You can break the rules just like with anything a little bit here or there, but I'd say you're correct in that assumption.
Yeah, that it has been my feeling now that I got into the new website and I saw how cool it could be. I realized that what I had before looked like an old woman, and
my philosophy
I didn't like that.
my philosophy is just because you can do it doesn't mean you should.
That's true. And see, now in your case, and very definitely in Amber's case, you may want to use in your book something quite different for the heading, and then choose something for the body of text that not a crazy font. And so that brings up, I want to show two more examples, and let's see. Okay, this is actually a gallery catalog, and it's big, as you can see. It's like 14 by 10, I think. Giant size, lush for an artist gallery catalog. Well, this was put out by a company here locally that I thought originally I wanted to have me help with design. Fortunately, I did not go that direction. And I don't know how well you can see this. This is sans serif type. Do you see how small the type is? And worse, the type is not black. It is grayscale. And it's very, very hard to read. It is said to be that's very shishi for portfolio and gallery stuff right now. And I do not believe that it is a trend that will survive, because it does not, I mean, I look at this and it is a sea of type that I have terrible trouble reading anyway, because my eyes are so bad. Yeah, you have a blind photographer, you didn't know. And it just, I don't like reading grayed out type that is really small. And then see, I recognize a great many words by the shape, and the serif helps you recognize the shape. And so my recommendation is for the printed page, by all means, try a serif type and try something. You want to have variety. Do you remember that one book that I said was kind of a no-no, that had how many different typefaces on the front cover? You want to pick type that there are several different kinds of the font, that maybe there's a bold, maybe there's an italic, a semi-bold, a caption. Garamond is one of my favorite because, oh, we have a new baby. Did you see the baby, everybody? Oh, look, yes. We send our love to the 4-footed patron. Garamond must have 20 or so different faces. And so therefore, you can use one type of face, but all these different styles. So it looks like you have rather a large variety, and yet it's not mind bending as far as what you combine with what else. And there are a number of fonts like this. And I'm going to have to take off my little thing here to get the next sample. Now I want to show you, this is my next book, or it is a proof stage of my next book. And it is called Wedding Dresses with Hardware Inclusions. So this actually was the capstone project for my degree of the Poetry Collective at Lighthouse. And it's a Shutterfly book. It is 12 inches. So it's big. And this is only a portion of it. At this point, we are now up to 120 poems and just short of 300 images. So we've kind of gone overboard. But what I did, and this is appropriate to typeface. Okay, surreal image. And then this is the introductory passage. And do you see how I've got a different typeface at the top? That's what I'm suggesting, Amber, you may like to do. And each of the pieces has a different typeface that introduces it. All these pictures are highly manipulated. Everything is cell phone photography. And we even have a black dress, which is kind of wild. That is a design by a Navajo friend, a gay gentleman who also happens to be a couturier, something like that. At any rate, so you're understanding how I'm saying type actually makes a big difference. Whether you lay it on top of the picture or it's separate, it depends on what it is. If it's a title and you want to have it very clean, very pristine, and you have one picture on one side and simply title and maybe a little bit of text on the other, that's a very different thing from those the travel books, where I put it right on top of the imagery. And let's bring one of those back. Where are they? Here they are. Okay. Here's a page. Same image as the background enlarged, and then a small image at the top. And all of this is just the all this has is just a title of where it was. and you wanted to see one where it was on top of the picture. Well, here's one where we have pictures with borders and then a cutout and text on the white. And let me see here. Okay, and here's one where the text is on the picture itself. And again, do you see how I'm using the main picture as also a background, a layer on behind it?
Mhm.
Now, that's just my style. And so there's not something I'm advocating or not. It's simply one way of doing it. And I don't know whether this would fit with some of your fantasy things, Amber. They might. If, for instance, you had a young person dressed up in Victorian feathers, whether a faded feathers in the background might not be fun. Could be, could add something to the texture. And then it would add dimension that you would look into the picture as though it were three dimensions. And honestly, that's what's wrong with most of the commercially processed portrait and wedding books right now. Have you noticed that even you gentlemen who really don't do that at all, you've probably seen things like this, and they're all white background, plain, right? Okay, what does a white background do behind a picture? It makes the picture go away from you. It creates distance somehow. If you have a dark background, suddenly the picture, and therefore the eyes of the portrait, the person, whatever, projects towards you and creates a feeling of dimension. And thus, my crazy backgrounds, I'll use all sorts of stuff. And as you might guess, there's a lot of water in those Venetian books because I called it Adventures on the Water. So why not? The form is following the function of what you're doing as you begin to layer it. And Pat, even if you're doing just stuff from family and friends, it's perfectly legitimate to do that. And you see, that's what brings back the memory. What you want to do is you want to appeal to the senses. We're not just visual. We want the picture to evoke a scent, a sound, a touch maybe. And I even talk about that in whatever I'm doing. For instance, if there's old adobe buildings and then you touch the skin of the building and it feels like it came from 5 centuries ago, which it probably did. And that's a whole nother way that you engage the audience with what you're trying to tell them. So that's what you want to leave them with. And they may not know that just right off, but that's what they want. They want that reaction, that connection. That I don't like the word emotional response because that looks like fuzzy studies. But in actual fact, that's it. You are appealing to all these senses that we have available to us, and particularly in this time of when we haven't had the opportunity for as much contact as we want. So anyway, there's where where my little lecture ends, and I am. Let me see here. We got completely off of this. My list of what things should cost. There wasn't much more. It doesn't cost anything to get an Amazon account as a marketplace seller, but you got to jump through hoops. And Amazon is overloaded and funky, and even some of my things right now, it still doesn't appear correctly. and we talked about a wholesaler, and we talked about wholesalers want a higher percent. However, wholesalers do stock, because if, for instance, you're selling to the national park, you end up, they, they've got it right there, and it goes directly out, and you've already got your money. And that way, you know that your wholesaler is invested in you rather than as a consignment thing. Consignment, you got to only deal with that on a gentleman's handshake as to what you want. If, for instance, there's a bookstore that you really love in your neighborhood, or some other thing, or you want to offer them to the people who've been on your trips, absolutely. Tom, I don't know what Treasure Chest does as far as your genre, but there are other wholesalers. They're not many. And so you really have to scrounge to find them. The main problem is that one of the biggest wholesalers, Baker and Taylor, they were East Coast, I think Georgia, Virginia, maybe. They didn't exactly go out of business, but they don't do things like they used to before. And so you don't want to list with them. Plus the fact, in the past, even if you did want to list with them, they charge you up front. It's kind of like going to the grocery store and Coke and Pepsi buy their shelves in your grocery. And in general, we really can't afford to do that. So that's a place you don't want to go. Now, let's talk about the where are we? Oh, I lost my sheet here. I wanted to talk about different kinds of editing, because this is a question that I get asked a lot. And it doesn't matter whether it's picture editing or text editing. But again, remembering I'm very much into a hybrid content. Okay, so a concept assessment. I believe I sent you this. It's kind of in advance of really doing anything. You're asking an editor to look over maybe some loose pieces, maybe one or two pieces of text, not a lot of stuff, but is the idea you have, is it viable? Is it saleable? And of course, who is your audience, and is it saleable to that specific audience? This is different, but perhaps overlapping with the developmental and the structural editing. And by the way, there are a million different subcategories of this stuff. And so it's, I'm trying to make the simplest designations. This means when you're a little farther along, and structural can mean something as simple as sequencing what you have. Now, the two of you who have the travel idea, that is more of a sequence and grouping things of like subject matter. But then when you get to the birds and the children, that's how do you put those specific things together, because they will mostly be singles or small groups of the same bird, the same child, the same scenario. So that could be valuable to you. Tom, it's not valuable to you at all, I don't think, until you're farther along. And then what happens is, in your case, your problem is going to be, how do you link together the anecdotes, the experiences, and that it makes sense to the reader, because you will have remembered in part and at different times, and it may not be sequential. And so your job will be to make sure the reader knows where something fits. You do not have to have it sequential memories, not at all. But if you're jumping back in time, you've got to give the reader a clue in the actual text as to what you're doing and where you are. Otherwise, they're lost and you're done. They're not going to listen any further.
I understand that.
What everybody has to have is you've got to have a title page, and then your first page, picture or text or both, has to absolutely grab the reader. Because remembering, you're not looking just for their approval. Oh, this is nice. You're looking for their approbation, which means they're going to give you money for the book. Or in the case of handing them out to relatives, that they don't get in the goodwill. That, of course, is a potential that we don't want to think of. that yes, the picture books that go to the goodwill are like this one. You know, it's fun to look at. You flip through it, and then you re-gift it, or you gift it to the goodwill. And that's where you don't want to be. We want to have that lasting imprint that is the title of this whole class, that people want to go back to it, and they want to either find something new or relive, or whatever it may be. And Amber, I'm thinking, I've gotten taken with the idea of your fantasy and dream and special object portraiture. And I'm thinking that may be a real page turner. If you, I got to introduce you to Sue Lyon, because her one book called, oh gosh, what is it? Lightning Threads. Well, at any rate, it's nothing like what you have in mind, because she draws, but it speaks absolutely to everything you said, and I'm sure that it would spark some ideas that will make little wheels turn and come up with something. I'm dying to see some of these, because it sounds fascinating. It's not something I ever did, other than, oh, I did a magician once, and some Taekwondo people, including myself, and some things like that, dressed up with makeup, and and playing a part. I was the octopus woman at one point, complete with wooden sword. And so, yeah, you've got something that is going to be totally fun, and I know that you will be able to make a commercial deal out of it. I'm looking at our time. We are about 3:15. We can go as long as you want. I may run out of things to talk, or I may get hoarse, but we'll see. We'll see. So just know that if you need to leave, by all means, feel free. If you want to stay, I'll stay as long as anybody wants. I want to continue on the editing. I mentioned fact checking at one point here. That's important to, well, I guess only to myself and Paul and Pat. If you list the name of a place, times, species of animal, bird, place names. Yeah, getting that right. And of course, this is something that you can't afford to pay for. So you've just got to be diligent. That's why I say, do whatever text you're going to do in, well, I'm Apple, so I do it in Pages, but in any Word program where you've got the opportunity of reviewing the text multiple times, spell checker, grammar checker, those things, and then cut and paste. And so you still have your text in a separate file. It eliminates so many problems that I can't stress that enough.
Do you when you're in a Word document, do you just go page 4 and then put it in page, on your Word file or what you use on Apple, and then so you just refer to it?
I cut and paste.
No, I know, but in your thing, is it just one Word document, or do you just do page 4 and that's in your?
Good question. Most of my pieces are either short stories or segments, or as the new wedding dresses book with hardware inclusions. By the way, that's a short story. It isn't a poet, and it's actually quite true. And each one of those separate pieces is a separate Word document, so I don't get confused.
Mhm.
It takes no space on your computer. It's
No.
like a couple of kilobytes to make a page of text. And yes, I would number them as in text 1, text 2, or text page 47.
Yeah,
And
makes
and then
sense.
I might put a title on it to remind me what it was. So when I look at it just in the list of files, that I had some reference, that I didn't get confused. But no, I don't put it all as one thing. I did that once, and it was so hard to go back and find the place. I was constantly scrolling through 50,000 words of text. That was silly. As in, don't do that. Now that I have a horror story about the fact checking. A friend of mine, his father was a rather well-known Colorado artist, and they want to make an art book, a retrospective of this gentleman. He's been dead a while. I did not write the original text. My job was to maximize, optimize the imagery, of which there were like 350 images, and then to design the book. As I started reading the text, not only was it your great uncle's text and uninteresting at that, but it had a huge number of actual fact check errors in it. And I was appalled. And because the artist was German, and though not a Nazi sympathizer, he was actually by force conscripted. And I happen to know a great deal of World War II history. And there were so many errors, I said, I can't do this. I will rewrite with fact checking. And the author got very uppity about this. And so not everything is easy. And then they had it formatted wrong, and a biography, a historical biography like that, you must follow what is called Chicago style of formatting and grammar and punctuation. They didn't. And so it was a no-go. I backed out of it. And in actual fact, the author wouldn't have me anyway, after I mentioned that things weren't quite as they needed to be. And so unfortunately, they're going to publish with it wrong. And I have nothing to do with that. I can't. I hate it, but I can't deal with it. Um, okay, we talked a little bit about editing of the actual photography, and that is entirely on you. With the caveat that you got to get the cart before the horse and know who your publisher is going to be, who's printing, what color space they need, and what level of sharpness is going to set your pictures off in the best manner. And you may not want them sharp. Like a lot of pictures in my Taos book, they are evoking the past, and in actual fact, they were made 50 or 60 years ago. And so film was kind of different. And so that was fine. But when you want something sharp, you need to know what level of sharpness you need. And so that's only something that you can do. And of course, Photoshop is your guide here. Do people all use Photoshop, or do people use other things? It's all Photoshop?
Yeah.
It's probably just as well, because in the end you have more things. Pat, did you want to say something about that?
No, I just agreed with that. I use Photoshop. Yes.
Great. Thank you. I'm a lot of times when I teach for the university here, volunteering for the old people's classes, they're doing all kinds of other things, and I can't speak to those, but they don't have the facility that Photoshop has. And you just, if you're going to be a pro, you just got to use it. I think that's necessity. Okay, then there's a lot of confusion between what is line editing, copy editing, and proofreading. And basically, they all overlap. Line editing means, and now remember, we're talking both about text and a picture. For pictures, line editing means, do you have a series of pictures in color, but all of a sudden one has a green cast to it? You can't have that. That's your line editing. The continuity of what you're presenting. Same would be for sharpness or anything, pixelization, vignette, who knows what it might be. Maybe angle of view. Suddenly in a series of 5 pictures, one is different from all the rest and it looks stupid. You got to change that. In text, it means, is the idea that you talked about, does it go straight? Does it explain what you're talking about fully? Does it make sense? Does the order of words, the syntax, does that actually tell what the story is, or is the reader saying, huh, I don't get it? Copy editing can mean anything from the perfection of spelling, grammar, punctuation, what I'm calling the Chicago style. And does everybody know what I'm referring to when you say Chicago style? Does that? No. Uh-oh, I got to take my tethered cord off again, and I'll show you what it is. So Chicago style is a tome. It is like a dictionary.
Oh boy.
And you'll notice the pages that are something that I use. I've got my flags on them. It is every possible thing you could think of for text, scholarly or not, punctuation, spelling, foreign words, attributions, bibliography, you name it, it's in there. And to be more confusing, there are 2 Chicago styles. One is that one, which is the professional one, and there's a slightly different one that is supposed to be for college students. Go figure. Now, mind you, there are other styles. There is Associated Press style, which differs primarily in where they put commas. That's what they call the dratted Oxford comma. And at any rate, that's the big controversy, is where you put commas in a series of things that you list. Chicago style says you put a comma between every last one of them. AP never puts a comma between the last two. And they argue. And the arguments about this are amazing.
It can make a big difference in how you interpret the sentence in a
Well,
series.
It
Yeah.
can. And sometimes for meaning, you must have
Yep.
a comma. For
Yep.
instance, I recently had to list a number of people who were donors for a project. Well, the last two did not have a comma between them, which implied that they were husband and wife, in
Yeah.
which case they were actually not, and the comma had to be there for clarity.
Yep.
So I'm getting around to using more commas than not. I mean, this sounds totally off the wall. This is the minutiae that you can get into. And of course, this is where I started working on this manuscript that was presented to me, and I couldn't do it without a rewrite. And anyway, so then the last thing is the proofreading, and proofreading is literally the last look through. Did you forget something? Was there an inadvertent extra space? It's your last chance to fix a problem before you go to print. And of course, if you're printing on demand or printing just a few copies, well, so what? You jump that one and you say bad on me. But otherwise, you have a stack of books that have errors in them, and of course that means that you get laughed off the face of the earth. You wouldn't present a series of pictures where one was magenta and one was yellow, because all of our professional colleagues would say, yeah, right, she doesn't know what she's talking about. And then they give you no, never mind. Let's see. All right, where are we? One thing we didn't talk about is extra things that you need if you are going to deal with a slightly larger audience. You need to, well, Tom can talk to you all day about your website and the SEO, and we've touched on that somewhat. And I'm thinking, Amber, this is pretty much just for you, because I don't think the guys are going to require extra things. You're probably going to need a promotional bookmark that has all the information on it. You are probably going to need a promotional one sheet. You're shaking your head. You know what this is? Have
No,
you
that
seen-
makes sense.
Let me see if I think I've got one of mine here somewhere. I do. I'm going to be part of a Western Booksellers exposition in the near future, and you want to have this to give away. In fact, a one sheet is two sheets, back and front, but it is printed on inexpensive paper. You do not want to put it on beautiful, nice feeling paper, because people they pick stuff up off your table, and it gets crunched or folded or somewhere else. And if it's a big heavy thing, they won't pick it up. They won't keep it. Okay. So anyway, here it is. And so it has the title of the book. It has the 2 awards that I just recently won on the book. It has the synopsis of the book. There's the 2 pictures of the 2 different versions and the ISBN number behind it. A really funky picture of me. Nobody wants a standard business picture. So no business pictures. You're an artist. Do something weird. And I've forgotten what I put over here. Oh, this tells what the awards are. And then the back side has additional pictures. You can see that. And it says how to buy, or no, excuse me. This is all the possible markets, because I'm talking to booksellers. So they want to know who the people are who are going to want it. And up here is Melissa's a contact for the distribution, and then also mentioning Treasure Chest, and then mentioning that I am available to give a lecture or a seminar or a book talk or a signing or whatever, and that they should contact me directly. And it has my little social media icons there. And also you see my logo, my little red star. That's been my logo for a great many years. And we use that in business. And so it's just now morphed over, and now it's my publishing logo. So you will want this, and people will charge you a bunch of money to do it, but you don't need that, because you've got your Photoshop. You know what the best pictures are, the lead. And for you, something that has eyes on it, that grabs, kind of like Paul's bear. You know, I don't know what you have that would give that idea, but you need that. And then maybe a couple other pictures, author picture, book cover, da-da-da-da. You got the feeling. So you know what to do on that. I am basically pretty much out of chatting, I think.
I do have one question. When Melissa sends that, she takes 5%. Who pays the shipping? The actual cost? Is that the person buying? So when they're going to pay 55%, do they pay the shipping? Do you do it? How does that work?
Yes and no. Depends on your arrangement. In general, the purchaser pays shipping.
Okay.
So whether the purchaser is a store or a single unit end user buyer, okay? That's one of the bonuses. See, with my girlfriend in Taos, the stores don't have to pay shipping because she's right there. And she's kind enough to go around and do this because it's her fun too, because she's been meeting all sorts of new people and having a grand time doing all of this, and has now become a gallery docent for one nonprofit. So you're understanding how I'm making I'm making this old girls network work for me. But yes, in general, the shipper is reimbursed for the shipping, and so you have to include your cost of your packaging and your mailing. And if you're going to do it all yourself, Office Depot has some very good book mailers. They are excellent. They're not terribly expensive. And oftentimes they have deals, discounts, or if you have an account with that company or Staples, or most of these companies have it. Who else has those? Do you get a Uline catalog ever? They have it. At any rate, then you buy 50 mailers at once. And then what you would do is you would primarily want to send via media mail at the post office, which is less expensive. Unfortunately, that means that you have to go and stand in line at the post office or at a substation. That can be painful. Now, Melissa uses Stamps Incorporated, and so she just prints it, but they charge a fee on a monthly basis to have that. So you have to balance that. You know, if you're sending a couple of books every 2-3 days, you may want to do that. If you're sending one a month or two a month, it's not worth it. And then, of course, if you want to give bonus deals to entice people to purchase, that's when you say free shipping. Amazon generally demands, well, not always, that's not true. A lot of their used booksellers charge for shipping, a lot of their marketplace. We offer no cost shipping. So then that comes out of my pay.
Okay.
And so she takes her 5% and then she deducts her shipping cost before she remunerates to me. And then remember, she's also deducting her warehousing, my percentage of the warehousing. You know, if you can do it all yourself, my friend Sue Lyon, that I'm recommending to Amber, she does everything herself. And she has enough different things that it makes sense for her. And she has she has a very nice 2-level house with other facilities, and she can store things, and most of her things are quite small. So kind of depends on your own situation. What other questions and places, what do I need to talk to that I haven't covered? How can I be of service?
You covered a lot.
We did. We covered a huge amount, and I'm hoping that we didn't go so fast that then you say, well, I don't know what we said.
No.
Now, I would say it's a with the handouts and the information gathered and the notes taken, I think it gives us a lot. And since Sarah, you've volunteered yourself as a resource, that's our lifeline.
Very nice.
Well, and yes, that's perfectly acceptable. I'm so busy that I may not respond just instantly, but I do respond to everybody. I assure you, and that's perfectly okay. I do not feel bad about asking about something. What I'm hoping is that places that you want to go now seem a little clearer. And so I'm just advocating going down that list of all the expenses and saying, what can I do? How can I avoid the huge costs of creating a portfolio book that is really this legacy we're talking about, and yet not break the bank? That's because this bookmaking deal, it's quite extraordinary how much it can cost if you just have an idea and say, oh yeah, we're going to run with it. Let me see, do I have anything else that I want to? Oh yes, oh, I do have something else. I have another handmade book. This is a video box. And of course, can I get it open? Yes, there we go. My husband happens to have been a Valentine baby. And so every year we have a tradition that I make him a secret photographic Valentine of some sort or another. And this is a national park one. This is from the year that we went probably something over 5,000 miles camping on a motorcycle. And that would be he at Death Valley. And it is a long row of pictures. And in each and every one, there is a little heart somewhere. So the Valentine, I don't know if you can see the Valentine in the water. And the one in Moab is in the sandstone on the wall above his head. And there's another from Death Valley where it's in the sand in the sky. And that's at Bryce. And the top of Thor's hammer suddenly has become a heart. Anyway, that's the silly extent that we go to around here to make different things. And of course, the newest stuff, I mean, the cell phones are just unbelievable as to what you can do with them. I would recommend, Pat, what do you mostly shoot with?
I use a Canon 5D.
Well, that's of course one of the go-to cameras. Has been for some time the 5D. Yeah, I've got a Mark IV. That if I'm going to do serious stuff for publication or big imagery, yes, of course. I found out we don't even have the latest cell phones. We have the 10 Max, and I discovered we had gotten those just before that trip to the Biennale art show in Venice. And so that was September, October 2019. I discovered that there was so much to see, and it was so fast, and there was so much artwork. I mean, the number of displays, literally thousands. You simply could not cover it with a traditional camera. And because the only place I was planning on going with any of it was these books, the cell phone is quite big enough. And did you realize that if you use the panorama setting, you can have as much as a 45 megabyte file? They're huge. And well, yeah, you got limitations. Of course, you have limitations with anything. I discovered that it was so usable. And then when we went to the various venues to look at the variety of art, you can't remember who was the artist, what country were they from, what was the medium, what was the artist's statement. And so all you have to do is, if you're interested and you want to make an image of that particular art, then you take a picture of the gallery label, and suddenly it brings it all back. I neglected to mention that the 2 Venetian books that you saw, that's only half of it. There are 2 from the actual art shows itself. This one is book 1, and it's roses with knives coming out of them. So it's quite interesting. And here's the iconic image of the piazza, and one of the iconic displays. Those are giant hands. They are, I think they are something like close to 50 meters tall, 150 feet approximately. Gigantic, unbelievable stuff. And of course, all my artist friends who were with us, there weren't that many. I don't mean to say that there was a huge crew, not like what Paul's talking about. But you know, we went together in many of the displays and talked about them, and dissected stuff after the fact. And none of them have seen these books, and we're getting together this week. So I'm going to wow them. I'm looking for kudos.
Absolutely.
So what else? Where are we at, everybody? We've spent, I realize it's not exactly as long as we're supposed to be spending, but I think we didn't take any breaks hardly. And I think we've spent as much time and certainly gone through the intensity of where I was hoping to lead. So other questions? If there aren't any, I will say thank you very much for participating and allowing me to be your volunteer, and call me up. Oh, no, one more thing. We got to put in the chat, put your contacts, everybody, so that we have a way to get in touch. Is anybody going to convention this year?
Yep.
Yes.
My first time.
I may go. I don't know. I've been asked to be part of the ASP's artists group, which has we have an ASP booth, and doing book signing and showing off our recent publications. And I may, I didn't sign up because I wasn't sure. I didn't sign up early enough to actually give a seminar, but if they have someone canceling, I may get put in. So there is a possibility of meeting in person. It's amazing. And now I want to write these all down too. So thank you very much. I think this does it, and I will stop the recording and just